All right, how's it going, everybody? Brandon McCaskill here with Momentum Canada. I am going to stream the Emergencies Act Commission with Justin Trudeau on the stand. So just bear with me as I bring that up right now, and we'll watch it in real time here. Here we go.
Throughout these weeks that things were about to happen. Sometimes they happened, sometimes they didn't, and not just at Coots, but elsewhere. So there was an understanding that inevitably things were more difficult than well, reality is always more difficult than plans. It was good news that the province was able to clear, but I will also say, or that the situation was able to be cleared in the province at that point. I will also say that it was done in part with resources drawn from British Columbia. And one of the things that Premier Horgan attested to or said in that meeting was he understands it's a national emergency. He understands and agreed with our use of things, but he was very concerned that even as he was worried about what was happening at the Surrey border crossings, as he was worried about convoy activity in the interior, in other parts of BC, he had to give up a number of police officers to help with enforcement in Alberta. And while, yes, it was good news that Alberta looked like it was going to be resolved, there was a constant challenge that the whack-a-mole challenge that was brought up in other contexts that things kept coming back. And we had a level of concern that even if one place was resolved, the threat environment, the concerns we had were going to replicate themselves elsewhere.
And you understood that the police, the extra RCMP officers that were brought into Alberta were, of course, brought in under the Provincial Police Service Agreement,
yes,
not under any powers created under the Emergencies Act.
No, because they were brought in well before the Emergencies Act. But it did go to the challenge facing being a national emergency when we see police, well, when we saw the police action in Ottawa at the end of that week, it drew on police members from forces spread across Ontario and beyond.
The Emergencies Act didn't change that, though.
It facilitated that.
Police.
It
but it didn't
facilitated
create
that.
police. It didn't create police officers.
No,
correct?
but it highlighted that you couldn't just look at one place and say, oh, we have enough resources to fix in this one place. It was a broad challenge across the country at the same time. So Alberta being on a hopeful track at that moment was obviously good news, but it wasn't sufficient to say, oh, great, there's no more national emergency.
All right, I'm going to put to you the fact that you did have evidence that the laws in the provinces were sufficient to handle the blockades. And I'll give you two examples. One is that the Windsor Police, along with the OPP, cleared the blockade and the Ambassador Bridge was reopened before you made your decision, correct?
Yes, with the caveat that a lot of the people who were leaving the Ambassador Bridge were purportedly headed towards the Sarnia crossing or the Fort Erie crossing, meaning that there were still real concerns that even as we settled things in one place, the rhetoric across the country and the online activity indicated that people were not going home, but they were looking for the next thing they could engage with.
That's not true.
So the police powers were able to deal with the problem. Correct?
Correct.
They were able to clear the blockade.
They were able to clear lanes at that moment, yes, in that spot.
Okay.
But there was a real concern there would be more.
Right.
Or they would return.
The other example is Coots, where the RCMP were able to safely conduct a criminal investigation, execute search warrants, and make arrests. Correct?
Yes.
And that protesters in Coots indicated to RCMP that they wanted to leave the protest because they didn't want to be associated with the criminal elements uncovered, correct?
I can't speak to what their intent was.
Okay, we've heard evidence in this commission, so the commission knows what one of the protesters did indicate the intent was. Now, these are in fact the type of decreases in troublesome protest activity that you had been hoping to see in the weeks prior, weren't they?
Yes.
And definitely examples of how existing legal tools and police powers were effective at dealing with illegal portions of protests, correct?
Yes.
All right.
You're pretty well out of your time, so if you could.
And that's okay. I think I will end there. Thank you very much,
I like
Prime
this
Minister,
gal.
for answering my questions today.
So yeah, guys, I'm in
Thank you.
Sarnia.
Next
and
is
what Justin
the
Trudeau is just
convoy organizers, please.
It's not true. It's not true. There was no plans on stuffing up the Sarnia border. I would have heard about it because I was one of the people involved in protesting and doing citywide convoys. Nothing of the sort
Bonjour,
was ever
Mr.
talked
Prime
about.
Minister. My name is
Bonjour, Monsieur le Premier ministre.
the lawyers representing Freedom Corp and the protesters who were here in Ottawa in January and February of 2022. I want to first talk to you about the events that led up to the invocation of the Emergencies Act. You would agree with me that the Emergencies Act was invoked on Valentine's Day, Monday, February 14th, correct?
Yes.
And you are aware that this commission has received evidence from the police and other witnesses that on Monday, February 14th, the Ambassador Bridge was reopened, as was Coots. All the borders were reopened, correct?
Yes, and there was concern that more locations were going to be closed. Coots didn't open till Tuesday.
Okay, well, we'll review the record for that. On the Sunday night, February 13th, there was an IRG meeting and you were there. And in fact, you were the chair of that meeting. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at the IRG meeting, you were advised that there was a breakthrough agreement between the Mayor of Ottawa and the convoy organizers to move trucks out of the downtown residential areas. Isn't that correct?
That is not how I remember it, no.
Okay, well, I can advise you that at the inquiry, it was confirmed by the documents your officials filed here and by witnesses, namely Jody Thomas. She confirmed that at that IRG meeting, you were briefed that there was an agreement with the mayor.
Hey, Valerie.
Does that,
An
Do you recall
agreement
that?
with whom? But
And-
with the mayor and who?
some of the convoy organizers?
Which ones?
Well, Tamara Leach, who's present here in this room.
Which ones?
Signed a letter. It was made publicly available
don't know what ones
On the were, news. man.
Wow.
on Sunday, February 13th, and you were advised of that agreement at the IRG meeting.
And we were also advised that that agreement wasn't holding and that many of the convoy had decried it as fake news and not actually an agreement that they would abide by.
And you learned that on Twitter, is that correct?
No, we learned that at the IRG
By whom?
by our elected officials.
Thanks. And now you should be aware that this commission has also received evidence from city officials and others that the next day, on Monday, the 14th, over 100 protest vehicles had moved out of the downtown residential areas under the mayor's agreement prior to your 4:30 p.m. announcement invoking the Emergencies Act. Is that right?
I can't speak to that, but I'm sure others have or will.
They have. And you are aware of the evidence before this commission from police officials and others who testified that the efforts by the truckers to further vacate the downtown residential areas under the mayor's deal were blocked by the police on both Tuesday and Wednesday, February 15th and 16th. Are you aware of that?
No, I am not. My understanding was the police were allowing anyone who wanted to leave to leave.
Would you agree with me that it would have been a far better outcome if you and your colleagues would have allowed the de-escalation agreement with the mayor to be completed, and there would have been no need to invoke the extraordinary powers of the Emergencies Act, including the significant and violent police actions and freezing Canadians' bank accounts?
If I could interrupt, Commissioner, it's Brian Gover on behalf of the Government of Canada. The agreement was to move the protesters to Wellington. My friend is misstating the evidence in my submission.
I could provide some clarity.
Okay, go ahead.
It's very well known in the agreement with the mayor that it was to remove vehicles from the downtown residential areas. And yes, Mr. Gover, thank you, to move to Wellington, but out of residential areas apart from Wellington. So thank you. Can you now, are you able to answer the question?
I believe the answer was no, but you can repeat the question if you like.
Sure. If you had allowed the de-escalation agreement, in other words, moving trucks outside and other protest vehicles outside of the downtown area, there would be no need to invoke the Emergency Act.
Mr. Commissioner, I object again because characterizing this as a de-escalation agreement in my submission is a misnomer. This was an agreement that didn't hold, but it was to move vehicles from residential areas to Wellington Street.
Well, I'll let the question stand. I think it's a question of interpretation.
I'm losing my hair faster, guys.
So no, I don't agree.
Thank you. Your officials have testified that
Valerie.
they were following the convoy as
that's
it
funny.
began moving from regions of Canada towards Ottawa. And you are aware that thousands of Canadians lined the highways and overpasses to cheer the truckers. Is that right?
I can't speak to the number, but yes,
Thank
there
you.
there were many supporters. Yes.
Mr. Prime Minister, I would like to read to you an excerpt from 3 of the many statements that Canadians prepared for this commission. Canadians who supported the convoy and explained why. And I would ask the registrar to bring up document ID HRF 401660. If you could turn to page 274, please.
Oh, Lynn.
And while that comes up, I'll just start reading the statement. 274. Elizabeth Klapik provided a statement about how the government's COVID mandates and lockdowns disrupted her life. Starting at paragraph 3, she said, "The truckers and the Canadians who lined the roads, overpasses, and highways restored the hope that I had almost lost. These patriotic Canadians told me that I am not alone, that I matter. I will never forget the hope and pride I felt watching these amazing truckers driving along Canadian highways, crowded with patriotic Canadians flying, patriotic Canadians flying their flags and holding their signs of support. I will never forget the tears I shed as I regained that almost lost hope, that love for my home and native land, that love for my fellow Canadians." At page 235, Ottawa resident Karen Hanna, who obtained a sociology degree from Ottawa University, starting at paragraph 5, stated, "For months, the leader of our country publicly shamed people like me and my husband. Our own family members turned on us, blamed us, and some even told us we don't deserve health care." Paragraph 17. "One of my most emotional moments was dancing on Rideau Street beside a local man. He had tears streaming down his face. All he wanted was a hug. It was very overpowering for him. I met a girl, 22 years old, who just hopped in her car from Winnipeg and just kept driving. She stayed the entire time. I met people who were like family to me, people who gave up everything to come to Ottawa for justice and an explanation." At page 116, here is one of many, many concerned parents and spouses. Sam Crozier at paragraph 8 says, "I am not asking for help. I am begging you to please listen, hear my heart, feel my pain, and help work towards the true North strong and free. that we were promised. My husband, an Army veteran who now has PTSD, and not from anything he has seen or done in the forces, but from what our own government has done. Our government has destroyed my life. I, a once optimistic, full of life person, find myself struggling to stay above water now. I struggle to find joy in anything and daily fear a new announcement being made that will further punish us. I have written the same email to every member of Parliament daily and been ignored by a large collection of the people meant to be our leaders, meant to be listening to us. Mr. Prime Minister, you have now heard the statements from some of the many concerned Canadians who felt compelled to support the protesters. Do you now understand the reason so many Canadians came to Ottawa with such resolve in the midst of a harsh, cold Canadian winter because of the harms caused by your government COVID mandates, and they wanted to be heard?
I am moved, and I was moved as I heard these testimonies, as I saw the depth of hurt and anxiety about the present and the future expressed by so many people. The COVID pandemic was unbelievably difficult on all Canadians. And my job throughout this pandemic was to keep Canadians safe. And the way that I chose to do that was to lean on public health officials, lean on experts and science on the best way to keep Canadians safe. And because Canadians got vaccinated to over 80%, we had fewer deaths in Canada than places that didn't reach that. And every heartbreaking story I hear of a family who sat beside the bed of a loved one dying because they had believed that the vaccines were more dangerous than the disease, I take personally, because
Documentary.
I wish I could have
Died
done
suddenly.
more
And
to
I don't mean
convince people
to cut
to
you
get
off,
vaccinated.
but I only have 10 minutes. So thank you. That was helpful. Mr. Prime.
Just to interrupt you, you're going to have to shorten it because you're already over your time.
Okay, thank you. A number of people have testified in this inquiry referencing your widely published comments and calling the unvaccinated racists and misogynists. And we have heard testimony in this inquiry about how some of your officials wanted to label protesters as terrorists. Would you agree with me that one of the most important roles of a prime minister is to unite Canadians and not divide them by engaging in name calling?
I did not call people who were unvaccinated names.
Fringe.
I highlighted there is a difference between people who are hesitant to get vaccinated for any range of reasons and people who deliberately spread misinformation that puts at risk the life and health of their fellow Canadians. And my focus every step of the way, and the primary responsibility of a prime minister, is to keep Canadians safe and alive.
Right. So in terms of safety, when you met with, I'll reframe, Minister Blair, Public Safety Minister, Minister Mendicino, National Security Intelligence Advisor Jody Thomas, and RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucki, and today you testified that the federal government was committed to exhausting all alternatives to a resolution prior to making a decision to invoke the extraordinary powers of the Emergencies Act. Do you agree that that accurately describes your government's position?
That the invocation of the Emergencies Act was a measure of last resort, was not something to be taken lightly.
Thank you.
And something to do when other options were not effective.
And you are aware that the OPP, along with others, developed an engagement proposal, and you were advised of that proposal at the IRG meeting on February 12th, correct?
It was a proposal, but we had, and it was presented to us, we had more questions about how it would actually work. It was not a complete proposal.
My last question, Mr. Prime Minister. When did you and your government start to become so afraid of your own citizens?
That's a very
I am
unfair.
not, and we are not.
Those are my questions.
Thank you.
It's a fair question.
If there's any more trouble, that side of the room is going to be expelled.
Oh, come on.
Is that clear enough?
You're clearly not in his pocket, bud. Clearly not. Oh, dear, guys. Oh, dear.
Next, I'll call on the City of Ottawa, please.
All right, so the City of Ottawa. I didn't catch who that last lady was. Sorry, guys. I must have been talking when she introduced herself.
Good afternoon, Prime Minister. My name's Alyssa Tompkins. I'm counsel for the City of Ottawa. I just wanted to take you to a couple of statements on your witness summary to start. So if we could bring that up, it's WTS 566084, please, Mr. Clerk. And we'll be going to page 4. And just if we can scroll down to where we're talking about challenges in Ottawa. So the first point you make is that the lesson learned was not to let the trucks park because that makes it more difficult to remove them. And you noted that decision makers in Toronto and Quebec City heeded this lesson. Prime Minister, are you aware that since that time, the City of Ottawa, in preparation for 2 events, has indeed closed roads? So the city's learned that lesson as well. You'll agree?
Excellent.
Okay. The second, about the resources, you state that there appeared to be a breakdown of communication between OPS and the city. And you state it was unclear, for instance, whether the mayor's request for additional police officers was made with the support of the OPS or the Ottawa Police Services Board. Now, are you talking about the letter that you received from Mayor Watson?
I'm talking about the fact that we were regularly briefed throughout that there were different requests coming from the police, then from the mayor, then from other elements within the Ottawa's orbit.
Okay, well, I'm a bit short on time, but I'll put to you that the letter you received from the mayor was co-signed by the chair of the Ottawa Police Services Board. So by the time the letter came, it was clear it was from the OPSB as well, correct?
Perhaps.
Oh, I can bring it up.
Okay.
I don't know that it serves us. I'll put to the record, and given my short time, we'll deal with it after. And in terms of OPS also, by that point, why don't we go to the readout of the call? So the letter came, just to situate you, the letter came February 7th, and the next day on February 8th, you had a call with Mayor Watson. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
But we'll bring up the readout. So it's ssm.can.nsc.00002837.
Not yet, Nicholas. There's been a few that have been really good. I'm looking forward to Brendan Miller. I don't know what you guys. That's right, Devin. That's right.
Okay, and so there's nothing in here. Let's scroll down to page 2. But if we go through it, there's no concern expressed by you during this call that there's any uncertainty about whether OPS or the OPSB are aware of the resource request. So by this point, is that clear in your mind?
I'm sorry. That it is clear that Mayor Watson is asking for 1,800 officers?
Yes.
Yes, Mayor Watson was regularly clear in wanting many more officers. It wasn't always clear what the plan for those officers would be. Those we turned to the OPS for that, and the OPS tended to give us different numbers than the City of Ottawa was giving us. That was how I was briefed through it.
Okay, no, and there was other evidence on that. I'm not going to take you to it, but I think you're saying that you were briefed on that, but we can rely on the evidence of those individuals here.
Okay, but in a contemporary way, as I was watching things unfolded, the briefings I received and what was consistent was there was confusion or misalignment between different sectors of the city of Ottawa and the Ottawa police forces in terms of what they needed, how they were being delivered, and that was one of the realities we were dealing with.
Okay, but that concern was not expressed in this call to Mayor Watson, you'll agree?
Sorry, scroll down a bit further. There are moments where you are saying one thing and he is saying another. Is there anywhere we can help around that? I think that was me expressing that there were different messages coming out of the policing side versus the mayor's side.
Yeah, and he responds about the police solution issue. So we'll
Yes,
keep
but just
scrolling.
to your suggestion that we didn't talk about the differences between those, I actually did talk about the differences between what different groups were saying.
Okay, well, we can debate the particularities of that point. This is the day after you received the letter co-signed by the OPSB. And there's nothing on this call saying that there's concern that the OPS didn't provide that number.
There are moments where you are saying one thing and the police are saying another. Is there any way we can help around that?
Right, and we'll see the mayor responds. One thing was when he said it's not a police solution, but it is a police solution. So that's what the mayor understood you to be expressing a concern about. And if we stroll down, then we get to a discussion about Mr. Ford. And that's actually where I wanted to get to. In fact,
You took a lot of time. You're out of time, so please get to the point quickly.
yeah, so if we keep going and, oh, there we are. So you express that the federal government will be there with the resources, and there's something about conflating. And I think you testified earlier about it's the source of the mandates. But you say Doug Ford has been hiding from his responsibility on it for political reasons, as you highlighted, and important that we don't let them get away from that, and we intend to support you on that. And the mayor says if they keep dragging their feet, I'm happy to call them out. It'd be nice if we have something firmed up from the federal government to shame them. Ford didn't even make an effort to come and see what's going on. So part of the reason that you'll agree, part of the reason the mayor was reaching out to the federal government directly was to give him additional ammunition to put pressure on the province, correct?
I can't speak to the mayor's intentions in reaching out to me. I know that I reached out to the mayor to talk about the situation in Ottawa and to express that I had expressed to the commissioner of the RCMP and others that we should be providing whatever resources can help the city of Ottawa.
And all I'm saying is that when the mayor went to both the province and the feds, he's explaining to you here that one of the reasons he's doing that, because he's also reached out to Ford, is that he's hoping you'll give him something so that he can also push on Ford. So he knows he has to go to the province too.
Yeah, but we don't provide police officers in order to shame or make political points. We're providing police officers to be useful on the ground and to be able to deliver things. So maybe there are political points to be scored or made, but our focus every step was what can we do to help deliver the resources that Ottawa obviously needed in order to move forward on dealing with this occupation.
But you'll agree that the mayor was frustrated, as were you, that the province was not providing the resources they needed on an expedited basis.
As I believe I testified, my understanding was that the OPP was engaged, but it was at the political level that there wasn't as much engagement at that particular point. As we know, as time went by, the province got very much activated and engaged. And indeed, I had a call with Premier Ford the very next day in which he showed his engagement.
All right. Thank you very much, Prime Minister. I appreciate you answering my questions.
All right. So William
Okay,
D.
next is
and
the Ottawa
Len,
Coalition, please.
you guys brought up, why didn't he just meet with them? He said earlier that they were wanting to be obeyed, not heard. They wanted to be obeyed. I disagree. I think they wanted
Good afternoon,
the
Mr.
law
Prime
to be
Minister.
acknowledged
My name
and
is Christine
obeyed.
Johnson. I'm counsel for the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses. I want to use my time with you today, Prime Minister, to unpack the evidence that you've provided that, in your mind, this demonstration in Ottawa was not a peaceful protest. So you've already told us, I believe, in response to some questions from my friend with the commission and my friend with the CCLA, that you obviously believe that protest is a very important part of a functioning democracy. You also acknowledged, and I think most people in Ottawa would agree, that peaceful protests may sometimes cause inconvenience for people and may also sometimes cause temporary interference with critical infrastructure even. But during the convoy demonstrations in Ottawa, you'd agree that we weren't seeing mere acts of civil disobedience or temporary interference with critical infrastructure. We were seeing unlawful conduct that significantly interfered with the community's ability to live and exist.
Yes.
Thank you.
What?
And it's your view that as
No.
early as the first weekend of the
Who are you?
demonstration in Ottawa, some convoy participants were engaged in serious illegal activity by blocking and occupying city streets, defacing public property, and harassing residents.
Yes, as was evidenced by my call with Yasser Naqvi, who highlighted a number of those things and a few more.
And from that first weekend onwards, this became even worse and more concerning to you.
Yes, reports of people being harassed for wearing masks, the constant noise, the people not feeling safe in their own streets. There were many examples of that.
And you mentioned to us this
Back to the
morning that
feelings,
you grew
right?
concerned in particular
felt.
over counter protests rising up. Were you aware in particular of the counter protest that has now been coined as the Battle of Billings Bridge on February 13th?
That was, I believe, remind me, I believe that was where a number of residents prevented trucks from getting to the downtown core.
That's correct. And is it fair to say that this counter protest was actually quite successful in getting some trucks to leave very peacefully?
It's possible that it achieved those, but
No, I wouldn't say that.
having civilians having to do things that would be more appropriate for trained police officers to be doing, I think we can both agree is not an ideal situation.
Right. And so was the government worried that given the success even of this counter protest, they might become more frequent if there was no government action? And you were worried that that was what might ultimately lead to a violent conflict?
Yes. And when I talked about threats of serious violence, the increase of counter protests and citizens taking issues into their own hands increases the possibility of conflict and violence.
Right. And we've seen one document that I want to ask you about. I won't pull it up, but a CSIS report that we've been taken to a number of times in this inquiry that described the situation in downtown Ottawa. And CSIS communicated downtown Ottawa, mood was actually quite festive, not threatening to passers-by. I take it this was not your assessment based on what you were seeing and hearing for yourself.
I think there were moments of festiveness and collegiality amongst people who were there. At the same time, CSIS also reported to me and to cabinet that there were IMVE purveyors of extremist ideology within the protest. And one of the concerns was people could be inspired or convinced or amplified in their behaviors to actually lash out and take actions in ways that were threats to public safety.
And in addition to that, you were hearing, in fact, that many Ottawa residents, business owners, and workers did in fact find the convoy quite threatening. So to those passersby, at least, there was threatening behavior.
Yes.
Is she almost done?
And
I can't
you, in your
stand
witness
this.
statement, you also suggest that in your mind, this was not a peaceful protest because of the threat of violence that existed towards law enforcement when they were trying to manage the demonstration.
I think a protest in which law enforcement are prevented from being able to do their jobs because of threats of violence to themselves ceases to be a legal or peaceful protest.
And my last question for you following from
Oh, thank
that is that when the government was ultimately considering the invocation of the Emergencies Act, CSIS advised Cabinet that invoking the Act could further inflame extreme anti-government rhetoric and even incite violence. To your mind, hearing that assessment, does that not in and of itself confirm to you the threat of serious violence that was ever present amongst these demonstrations?
Yeah, if someone's telling me,
Is this Trudeau's mom?
you should be careful about actually enforcing the law because that might make people more violent, that's not necessarily a good argument as to why we should sort of let it slide or not intervene. When people are emboldened or digging in to their illegal behaviors, and that enforcement of public order is actually a threat. And this is actually something that Jason Kenney brought up at the FMM, highlighting that these are not rational actors. They are conspiracy theories. And he was concerned, as we were, that the invocation of the Emergencies Act could have people who are irrational overreact. But at the same time, we had to balance that risk against the risk that people who were already starting to get fed up and engage in counter protests would start taking more and more into their own hands, which was a greater risk, I think.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Those are all my questions for you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call on the Ontario Provincial Police, please.
All right. Let's see what the OPP has to say.
Good afternoon, Mr. Prime Minister. Chris Diana, counsel for the OPP.
I've seen this face before.
Timer.
Don't remember much about him, though.
All right, perhaps, Mr. Clerk, if we can start by bringing up document ssm.nsc.can 50625. And while this document is coming up, Prime Minister, it's the transcript of your call with the premiers to situate you in time and place, which I believe was February 14th in the morning. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, if we can turn to page 6, please. Scroll down a little bit. All right, where it says PM, on the second line down, I'm just going to read it out. It says, on a personal note, everything I've heard about RCMP and OPP have been excellent. OPP Commissioner regarded very highly by federal officials. Windsor operation was outstanding. We'll continue to collaborate. So I take it that that's what you were hearing from your senior officials, that the OPP had been very effective to date?
Yes, and I would have mentioned, you're always looking for positive things to say in these FMMs where sometimes there are contentious issues, but that would have been the understanding I had of the previous days. It may not have held from the very beginning of the protest. I won't speak to that, but at that moment, yes, that was what I was hearing from officials.
And that would have been in accordance with your own personal views over what you had seen in recent days happening in Ontario in any event, right?
Yes, that there was progress, yes.
And I take it that your government had full confidence in the OPP to discharge its policing responsibilities within the province of Ontario?
It is not up to the federal government to determine who is policing. So it's not up to us to have a confidence in the OPP to execute provincial responsibilities.
No, but my point is and this is not a call where the media was on. This was you were talking to the premiers, and you, without prompting, brought up the OPP and the OPP commissioner. So I take it that your government was satisfied with what it had seen at the time of that call with the OPP.
I was prompted because the Premier was talking about the OPP before, so it wasn't entirely unprompted, but I was happy to say, yes, I'm not trying to argue about it. Yes, things seem to be working well at that point.
Right, and because by that point, and we've established earlier in your evidence that the Ambassador Bridge had been fully open to traffic, correct?
Yes.
And that was an OPP-led enforcement?
If you say so.
And we also know at that point, I think you testified that you were aware that the OPP had sent subject matter experts to lead the integrated planning team in Ottawa?
Yes, I knew that they had sent experts to support in Ottawa.
Right, and they were working with other police services, but you may have heard some of the evidence of Carson Party, who was leading the exercise from the OPP, correct?
I hadn't, but I'm sure that's true.
And you also mentioned some other areas of difficulty in Ontario. You mentioned the Blue Water Bridge. You mentioned Fort Erie. Those are the other areas the OPP was actively engaged in, correct?
I assume, yes.
And to your knowledge, there was never an occupation or a blocking of either of those crossings.
I believe there were slow rolls headed towards one or both of them at one point. There was chatter about people moving from the Ambassador Bridge to one or two of the others, but I don't believe those, I'm quite sure that those blockades never actually fully materialized.
Right, and the OPP were actively engaged in those movements, correct?
Yes, both before and after the invocation of the Emergencies Act.
Right now, in that context, where the OPP is active across the province of Ontario, you would agree that OPP Commissioner Carrick could have provided valuable input on what tools might be useful under the Emergencies Act?
I'm fairly certain that the OPP did provide inputs. We, as a federal cabinet, got our inputs through the RCMP, but part of the RCMP's role was to inform us on suggestions and requirements by all other police organizations as well.
No, and fair enough. And you may not have heard the evidence. Both Deputy Minister Stewart and Commissioner Lucky thought that the OPP had been consulted, but in fact, they had not been. And I guess what I'm putting to you is the notion that if we're dealing with the question of either necessary or useful tools, if a protest is happening in Ontario, it would be a good idea to seek some input from the OPP, correct?
It would not be up to me to call the OPP. It would not be up to the necessarily even a federal minister to do it. Our expectation, my expectation certainly would have been that it would be for the RCMP to work with their fellow police organizations on coordination, and I would have assumed that that was done.
And that could be done quickly from commissioner to commissioner, correct?
Yes.
And for purposes of transparency, and Commissioner, I understand I've hit my 5-minute mark, and just for my last question, for purposes of transparency, we know that there is a consultation record, as we've seen here when you talk with the premiers, that there should also be a written record of consultation with law enforcement, so that for accountability purposes, when we go back and take a look at the circumstances in terms of the tools, that there's no ambiguity about what was needed or what tools might be useful. Would you agree with that suggestion?
I know the commission will be reflecting on suggestions on how to move forward in future emergencies.
So you would agree with my suggestion then, correct?
It's not up to me to agree with what needs to happen in the future.
Okay, but you wouldn't disagree then?
I think more consultation is good, but understanding that in an emergency, one needs to move quickly.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister.
Okay, thank you. The next is former Chief Slowly's counsel, please.
Oh. Where's Brendan Miller when you want him? That guy. I want the
Mr. Prime
fiery
Minister,
stuff.
I'm Rebecca Jones, counsel for former Chief Slowly.
Here we go.
And you've testified today about the situation facing the country and the city of Ottawa in particular when the Emergencies Act was invoked, right? And this included threats of violence, trucks with weapons in Coots, trucks with unknown contents in Ottawa, and children in Ottawa at the site of the occupation, right?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
And Chief Slowly described the situation in Ottawa as a tinderbox, and I take it you'd agree with that.
Yes, that was one of our concerns, that it could get worse very quickly.
Right. There was always a risk of escalation.
Yes.
And you testified that it is the responsibility of the Prime Minister to make tough calls and keep people safe, right?
Yes, and others as well, but yes, that is one of the roles of the Prime
It's
Minister.
not your only responsibility. I take it that is also the role of a police chief.
Yes.
And the Prime Minister and a police chief don't take steps just because people are demanding them, right?
we certainly need to take into account the perspective and concerns and expectations of citizens. That's an important input into leadership. But ultimately, we have to, getting the decision right is more important than making the popular decision.
And you testified that as of the date of the Emergencies Act, the fact that there had not yet been any serious violence was obviously a good thing, but that you couldn't say there was no threat of that, right?
Indeed.
And I'm going to suggest that the fact that there had been no serious violence was not only a good thing, but it was a credit to municipal police forces, all police forces, Chief Slowly, and all of his policing partners.
Yes, and a credit to
Man, I want to
residents,
fast
a
forward
credit
this so
to
bad.
people who were there on the ground. There was no violence.
Oh,
It would have
man.
taken one person on any side to create situations of violence. So it is fortunate that there was no violence, no significant violence at that point,
Right.
or at any point.
And it is to the credit of the police, among others, that there was no serious violence, right?
Yeah, the police
I-
were violent. That's the
I'm
point
not
there,
positioned
Chip.
to evaluate how much what the police did or didn't do in Ottawa was directly responsible for the lack of violence.
Okay. Now, in 2021, then Chief Slowly was invited to the Prime Minister's listening circle to speak about policing reforms. You remember that?
I do.
And Mr. Prime Minister, you thanked him for his presentation and you thanked him for his leadership in leading police reform in Canada, right?
Yes.
And
Woohoo!
I take it you agree that it's important to have voices like Peter Slowly's at the table in Canadian policing.
You mean diverse Canadians in positions of power?
Yes.
Yes.
And the convoy-related events across Canada in late January and February of this year, I take it you'll agree with me, they were a trauma for the nation.
They were certainly a very challenging time, and many Canadians experienced them as trauma, yes.
Right. And this trauma landed more heavily on the shoulders of certain individuals, like Chief Slowly and his family, than on others. Is that fair?
Oh, guys, this is so painful.
I think there was a lot of trauma to go around on all sides.
Trauma.
Now, I want to return in the time I have left to the issue of the readiness of the operational plan as of February 13th. And you've been candid in acknowledging that you didn't read the operational plan on February 13th, which of course makes sense,
That I wasn't given the operational plan.
and nor would you expect to be.
That's right.
Okay. And you can't comment on whether or not it was a good or complete plan, you testified.
I can't comment from personal knowledge, but my understanding, both at the time and subsequently from people who are aware of the plan, was that it was not a complete plan.
Okay, so we're going to have to put aside subsequently. It was the plan that cleared the occupation in Ottawa, is the evidence here. But at the time,
Sorry, that was a plan of the 17th that cleared the occupation, not the plan of the 13th.
well, we'll put that aside. We will disagree on that issue, Mr. Prime Minister. But what I believe you're saying is that at the time, on February 13th, or as of February 13th, that was your view. Based on what you were being told, I take it, by the Commissioner of the RCMP.
Sorry, what was my view? That the plan was
The plan wasn't
inadequate?
ready.
Yes,
Okay.
that was my view.
And I just want to take you, please, to TRN 23, page 69, please.
She's doing a good
Now,
job
Mr.
at
Prime Minister, this is the testimony
maintaining
of
the narrative.
Commissioner Lucky before this inquiry.
I wonder if it's because this is probably broadcasting on more mainstream outlets right now, so they're doing their best to keep the
I
narrative
believe it may be page
intact.
69 in the PDF. There we are. And so if you start scrolling down, you'll see that Commission Council is asking about the status of the plan. And please, of course, take your time to read it as of February 13th. And you will see that Commissioner Lucky confirms, yes, that was when it was completed. And that would be on February 13th. And then Commission Council says, and we've heard some evidence about this from other police agencies, but essentially that it was a team effort. The RCMP was there, the OPP, and the OPS. Correct? And Commissioner Lucky says yes. And Commission Council says, and I understand it, you in particular, Commissioner Lucky, and perhaps the rest of your team who looked at it, were generally satisfied with the plan as an operational plan to deal with the situation in Ottawa. And Commissioner Lucky says, yes, both myself and Commissioner Carrique were briefed on the plan the Friday before that. Like, I think it was around February 11th, we got the actual briefing from the planners on the plan. And yes, we were satisfied with the plan. Okay, so I put that to you, Mr. Prime Minister, to suggest that what happened here was that you were not briefed by Commissioner Lucky on the 13th as to her satisfaction and the RCMP's satisfaction on the integrated plan to clear Ottawa.
I can only speak to what I both knew then and what I know now. What I knew then was what my understanding was then was that there was not a complete plan or a workable or operational plan to clear Ottawa at that point. And I now know that indeed there was not a plan on that weekend.
Mr.
And I
Prime
can't
Minister,
speak to what people said.
It's important that we stick with what you understood on February 13th.
Yes.
Okay.
So what I
I'm-
understood then was that there was not an adequate.
And I hear you on that. What I'm suggesting to you, based on what you've seen, was Commissioner Lucky's evidence that there's a disconnect here. And perhaps what happened, and I'm going to suggest what happened, is that Commissioner Lucky didn't brief you and your cabinet on the fact that there was a complete plan on the 13th.
I can't comment on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, call on the City of Windsor, please.
She did good at straw manning the whole situation. Here's how you already think it happened. Am I correct
Good
in
afternoon,
saying
Mr.
that?
Prime Minister. My name is
Yes.
Jennifer King, and I'm legal
Yes.
counsel to the City of Windsor. Mr. Prime Minister, I would like to start by taking you to one document, SSM CAN NSC 402698. This is a readout of a call that you had with Mayor Dilkins of Windsor on February the 10th. Do you recall that conversation?
Yes.
On the first page, there's some takeaways. I just wanted to read out the first one. The mayor appeared confident that a plan and resources are in place. He only needed the injunction to operationalize the plan by Saturday. PM provided reassurance that the federal government is there. If you could scroll to page 2 towards the bottom of the page, Mr. Clerk. And you'll see here, Mr. Prime Minister, that it indicates that you said, as I was speaking with police officers and various folks, no question on the ground operationally who has jurisdictions. I can assure you that the RCMP is working closely with the OPP. Because this is our problem, and I want you to be reassured that we are out there and operationally totally linked. So I just wanted to stop there. What did you mean, Mr. Prime Minister, when you said this is our problem?
It is our problem together. It is our, as in different orders of government together, as I assume what I meant on this one, because the rest of the sentence is really showing that I knew and had been apprised that in regards to what was happening in Windsor, the OPP and the RCMP were working well together.
Okay. And hopefully it continues on, and hopefully the politics will recede a little, because some of that stuff coming out of QP is a little inconsistent. What does QP mean here?
Probably question period on the federal side, because I think we were he was talking about the challenges he was facing in council chambers as well, and some of the debates that were happening at the municipal level.
Right. Okay. You can take that down, Mr. Clerk. Thank you. You testified this morning, Mr. Prime Minister, about jurisdictional issues that arose related to the governmental response to the blockades and occupations in January and February. In Windsor, there's a provincial highway connected to an international border crossing by a municipal road through a community, right?
Yeah.
Would you agree that the response to the blockade required communication and collaboration between all three levels of government?
Yes.
Certainly this morning you testified that when three orders of government are able to work seamlessly together, you get better results, right?
Yes.
You would agree with me that there was not a pre-existing plan or framework establishing the jurisdictional responsibilities of each of the three levels of government when responding to the unprecedented circumstances of these blockades of critical infrastructure?
I can't speak to the existence or not of that, but it is clear that if there was, it wasn't as effective as it could have been, and if there wasn't, perhaps there should have been.
Okay. And you testified this morning about the 2 tracks of work coming out of the IRG meeting on February 10th. The clerk of the Privy Council told this commission that track 1 was to determine everything that could be done within the existing set of powers, duties, and functions under the law, right?
Yes.
So there was no pre-existing plan or framework setting out the various authorities available to all three levels of government to respond to these blockades.
Sorry, I don't understand what you're asking.
So it wasn't predetermined, it wasn't pre-collected, the different authorities that were available to the different levels of government.
But that sounds like operational police coordination, and that's not something that as Prime Minister I would be particularly closely involved in.
Well, certainly the three levels of government were considering, and the IRG was considering the different authorities and powers available to them to assist.
Yes, the IRG and the federal government was looking to offer resources to police of jurisdiction in helping out. Yes.
Okay, so the commission has heard during this hearing several times that Windsor started reaching out to the province and to the federal government shortly after the blockade was cleared, asking for the three levels of government to sit down, debrief, and work together to develop a plan to protect these international border crossings. Minister Blair, just to give you a heads up, testified that he did not recall this request, but said it struck him as a reasonable request. Do you agree?
Yes.
And Minister Mendocino testified that a planning process to protect border crossings must include every level of government, of course, the City of Windsor and other border communities as well. Do you agree?
That makes sense, yes.
And so you'll agree that all three levels of government must collaboratively develop a framework to protect the critical infrastructure in Canada?
Yes.
Mr. Prime Minister, you said in your remarks on the revocation of the Emergencies Act on February 23rd that even as this emergency is over, we need to make sure our institutions are prepared and ready for the future. This issue won't just go away. And in fact, Mr. Prime Minister, the next threat may be different than the blockades that we experienced earlier this year. What are you doing, Mr. Prime Minister, to ensure that such a plan is developed on an urgent basis?
I have made it clear to the appropriate ministers that working in particularly Minister Blair, Minister of Emergency Preparedness, that preparing for emergencies of all types must be a priority for this government and must involve working with partners at all orders of government.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call on the Windsor Police Service, please.
Windsor Police.
Sarah Patterson, I'm counsel to the Windsor Police Service. Minister Blair testified earlier this week, and he agreed that the Windsor enforcement operation on February 12th and 13th was a success with no loss of life or serious injury to public, protesters, or police. Would you agree with Minister Blair's assessment?
I have no reason to disagree. Yeah, no.
Okay. And you're aware the Ambassador Bridge was reopened by police in the early hours of the morning of February 14th, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and my friend for the OPP took you to the First Minister's conference call on February 14th, 2022 at SSM NSC CAN 625, please. And I'll just put your comments back up. It's the same paragraph we're going to look at again on page 6. My focus obviously will be a little bit different than the OPP's. And in that paragraph, for the comments attributed to you, you say the Windsor operation was outstanding. And would that accurately reflect your comments that you gave to the First Ministers that day?
Yes, those seem to be my comments.
Okay, great. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Wow. That's brief.
Okay, with that pat on the back, we'll go to the government of Saskatchewan, please.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Mitch McAdam, one of the lawyers for the government of Saskatchewan. And I want to ask you a few questions about COVID-19 and the Emergencies Act. I would ask the clerk to please bring up POE.SAS.701.
I hope it's a good question about COVID.
Sir, this is a letter that you sent to Premier Moe of Saskatchewan on April 8th, 2020, pardon me, about COVID-19 and the Emergencies Act. And I think you talked this morning a little bit about considering and invoking the Emergencies Act to deal with the pandemic back in March and April of 2020, didn't you?
Yes.
And I take it that similar letters would have been sent to all the premiers?
Yes.
And if we can go to the top of page 2 of this letter, at the end of the first paragraph, it refers to the fact that you are formally initiating a consultation process under the Emergencies Act. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
It was a formal process.
Yes.
And clerk, if we could go back to the first page and the bottom of the letter, it indicates that you had already discussed the Emergencies Act with the premiers during at least 2 telephone conferences, one on March 23rd and one on April 2nd. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
And also in that same paragraph, it refers to the fact that ministers from at least 4 different departments have spoken to their provincial counterparts about whether measures under the Emergencies Act could assist in the collective efforts to deal with the pandemic. That's correct too, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And if we can go back to page 2, please. In the 4th paragraph on that page, it refers to you asking the Minister of Public Safety and the Deputy Prime Minister to also reach out to their provincial counterparts to discuss this. That's correct as well.
Yes.
So I take it that back in 2020, there was an effort involving a number of different federal departments to reach out to their provincial counterparts to discuss the Emergencies Act in this context.
Yes.
And if we look at the end of that paragraph, I take it that there was a plan that you were going to convene another telephone conference with the premiers to discuss this topic further, correct?
I had a lot of telephone conferences with the premiers around then, yes.
Okay, thank you. Clerk, if I could next ask you to pull up another document, it's SAS.702, please. We'll just wait for a moment while the letter gets pulled up. Prime Minister, you'll see that this is a letter from Scott Moe, sent as chair of the Council of the Federation to you about COVID-19 and the Emergencies Act on April 14th. Do you recall this letter?
Yes.
And if we look at the end of the first paragraph in this letter, it refers to another conference call with the premiers about this matter on April 9th. That's true, right?
Yes.
And in Premier Moe's letter, he shared with you the opinion of the premiers that it was neither necessary nor advisable to invoke the Emergencies Act at this time. That's correct, isn't it?
Yep.
And that's what you heard at the conference call on April 9th, correct?
Yes.
And as a result, the Emergencies Act was not ever invoked by your government to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic, was it?
That is correct.
And that was
Except in
because,
so much as the most recent use of the Emergencies Act was linked to the COVID pandemic, at least indirectly.
okay, understood. And sir, would you agree with me that the provinces had the capacity and the authority or the tools to deal with the pandemic back in 2020?
Yes.
2020.
Yes.
And the provinces were dealing with it. I think your words this morning were they had it under control.
They certainly had more appropriate tools and experience to deal with the public health emergency than the federal government did to do that, to take over the public health side of the public health emergency. Yes.
Okay. And where
Healthcare delivery
federal-
is the provinces in this country. So that's the point.
Understood. And where federal assistance was required, it could be provided without invoking the Emergencies Act, correct?
Yes.
Now, Prime Minister, we've already heard today a lot about the consultation with the provinces in February of this year, in particular on the morning of February 14th. So I won't go through that with you again, but I just ask you if you will agree with me that the consultation process that was followed in February of this year was very different from the process that was followed back in the spring of 2020.
Yes, it was.
Thank you, sir. Those are all of my questions.
If I'm allowed to elaborate as to why they were different.
Absolutely, Prime Minister.
The Emergencies Act isn't a monolithic act. It actually has many different categories and types of emergencies within it. In the spring of 2020, what we were talking about was a public welfare or public health emergency. I don't have the exact categorization, but one can imagine that a public health emergency like a pandemic would require a different set of tools than, or a different perspective, and certainly a longer term opportunity with more opportunities to write letters back and forth and consult with the whole Council of the Federation and draw up paperwork in response to the consultation. And we certainly took advantage of that because in the section of public order of the Emergencies Act that refers to public health emergency and invocation of the Emergencies Act, it says clearly you have to have that consultation done before. In the section on a public order emergency,
That's what I want to know, Andrew.
the requirement for consultation is, I believe, laid out that if there is no time for consultation, that consultation can actually happen afterwards, after the invocation. It certainly highlights that it wouldn't be ideal, but it recognizes that a public order emergency might require a much more rapid reaction time than a public health emergency. And the fact that we were looking at two different parts of the same Emergencies Act, I think goes a long way towards explaining why we were able to do an extensive consultation, even though, as I'd said from the outset, I wasn't leaning towards, it wasn't our intention to invoke a Emergencies Act around the public health, but we wanted to do the consultation because people were concerned that we look at all tools to deal with this pandemic, and we did. But when it came to the exigency and the urgency of the public order emergency, we went from a Sunday establishing the 6 or so different tools that we would bring in to consulting the very next morning with the premiers with this freshly established list of tools, and then invoking just hours later. And those compressed timelines made it a very different context from one type of invocation of the Emergencies Act to another.
Prime Minister, you'll understand that we as lawyers are always looking for precedents, and this is the only other precedent where your government has considered invoking the Emergencies Act. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Thank you. Those are all of my questions.
Next, I'd like to call on the Criminal Lawyers Association, please.
Yeah. My words exactly, Valerie.
Prime Minister, my name is Greg Del Pietro. I'm one of the lawyers representing two organizations,
Come
the
on,
Criminal
Greg,
Lawyers
bring the heat.
Association and the
Bring
Canadian
the heat.
Council of Criminal Defense Lawyers. By way of overview, I'm going to ask you about a summary of the inputs and considerations that were available to you, summary of police powers, and then I'm going to ask you, I'll throw my final pitch. With respect to the factors that were taken into account, and this might not be a complete list, but will you agree that it was a situation that was dynamic?
Yes.
It was a protest or occupation that was happening at more than one location and in different provinces.
Yes.
You had to take into account the scope of police powers as exist within the criminal code.
Yes.
You had to take into account the adequacy of those police powers having regard to the circumstances that presented themselves.
Yes.
You had to take into account resource issues, how many police officers are available, when, where, that kind of thing.
Definitely, yes.
Softball
You had
questions.
to take into account jurisdiction issues, and in particular, municipal, provincial, and federal.
Yes.
With respect to inputs, you had input when I say inputs, and that's information available to you or inputs as to whether or not to invoke the act. You took into account information from cabinet colleagues.
Yes.
From opposition members.
Yes.
From unelected officials and staff.
Yes.
From premiers.
Yes.
From citizens.
Yes.
From police from different agencies.
Yes, not me directly, but yes, as a cabinet, we did, yes.
You spoke to at least one U.S. official, President Biden, with respect to these issues?
Yes.
And you took into account information from your legal advisors?
Yes.
If you were to estimate from the time that you first heard about the convoy and the occupation until the time that you invoked the emergency powers, how much time would you estimate that you spent on this issue?
He slept the whole time.
Most days in the thick of it, about an hour a day minimum. Some days, most of the day. Certainly towards the end, my days were filled with that, and
Filled with trying to cover your butt.
Yes, other things that was the business of government, but it was quite a bit.
Yeah. You understood and understand today that the use of the Emergencies Act is a matter of last resort?
Yes.
With respect to police powers, you understand that the police have available to them, and again, I'll just do a catalog of those powers, negotiation with respect to people.
Yes.
Surveillance.
Yes.
They can conduct undercover police operations.
Yes.
And again, whether or not these are available in this particular circumstance is a different question, but just in terms of a general catalog of police powers, police have available to them to apply for wiretaps.
Yes.
And to apply for search warrants or production orders.
Yes.
They can arrest and charge people with criminal offenses.
Yes.
And if people are arrested and charged, bail conditions can be placed upon them, such as that people not go to certain locations.
But that's not a police power.
Good comment. Thank you. That I accept that distinction. Were you ever presented?
Wow.
There's been discussion about what information you have had with respect to an operational plan. Were you ever presented with a concrete and detailed plan showing how traditional police powers, such as those in the list that we just went through, would have worked having regard to all of the circumstances?
No, and it wouldn't have been my role as Prime Minister to go through such a plan either.
Finally, and I'm going to just give you a bit of overview to my final question. You understand that public confidence in the exercise of extraordinary powers is important to the maintenance of rule of law in Canada?
Yes.
And you understand that the law properly recognizes
That's right,
that
Gio.
privileges, such as solicitor-client privilege, is essential to the proper administration of justice.
I can't speak to the law of property. I'm not a lawyer.
Okay. You will understand that there's a tension between a privilege claim and transparency, in the sense that privilege claims interfere with transparency.
Again, I'm not entirely sure what you mean by a privilege claim.
A privilege claim such as if information is protected by solicitor-client privilege, then it will not be made available to the public. It won't be made available to people beyond you and your legal advisors.
Yes.
You understand that the reliance upon the emergency powers has caused a significant division of opinion within Canada?
I thought he said one more question.
Yes.
And here's the final question.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get at, because you're over your time.
Actually, just on that last question, a significant division of perspectives. I think I don't know that it would be fair to describe it as significant, but there certainly are different perspectives on the use of the Emergencies Act. I know that there was an awful lot of consensus on one side of that.
Fair enough. And here's the final question. In light of the fact that privilege claims have been made with respect to some of the information that was available to you, and I want to emphasize that I'm not challenging those or suggesting they should not have been made, but in light of them, and the result that there is certain information that is not available to the people who are listening to this commission, what do you say to assure people that the emergency powers were properly invoked, having regard to a full consideration of all options?
We waived cabinet privilege on the inputs we received so that the public and the commission could see what we saw as a government while this was unfolding, and to demonstrate that
he speaks
to go
so
to the
slow.
Opening paragraph of the Emergencies Act, or one
Speed
of
it
the
up.
paragraphs, that the governor of a public order emergency, that the governor in council had reasonable grounds to declare a public order emergency. Given all the range of inputs that cabinet was receiving, which for the large part, Canadians have been able to see through this process, I am confident that that reasonable test was met.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Okay, thank you. Call on the Government of Canada, please.
Doesn't the commissioner sound like the Princess Bride guy? Inconceivable.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Prime Minister, I'm Brian Gover. I'm appearing for the Government of Canada today. I have 4 areas to ask you about, Prime Minister, and the first one will involve asking our registrar, please, to display ssm.nsc.can 50216. And if I got the number right, Prime Minister, this is in relation to the cabinet meeting, which was held on the evening of Sunday, February 13th, 2022, beginning at 8:30 p.m. And of course, you've been asked questions about that meeting in the course of your testimony today. My question relates to the CSIS assessment that was provided at that cabinet meeting. And if we could please go to the second last page. And Prime Minister, it appears from this that the CSIS assessment was in relation to possible implications of the invocation of the Emergencies Act across the ideologically motivated violence extremism, or IMVE, space in Canada, with a particular focus on the Freedom Convoy 2022 and CSIS's subjects of investigation. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
And to be clear, the assessment that you received on that occasion, to clarify, was not in relation to Section 2C of the CSIS Act. Is that right?
Sorry, can you?
Yes, I
rephrase
can.
that?
I can. So the assessment you received, and we have it here in this page and a little bit more, appears to deal with this question of essentially the impacts of invoking the Emergencies Act, and in particular, as it relates to what we've come to call IMVE, with a particular focus on the Freedom Convoy 2022 and subjects of investigation by CSIS.
Yes.
Commissioner, my friend's asking some leading questions here. Could, subject to Section 58 of the Rules of Procedure, if you could ask more open-ended questions, that would be appreciated.
Oh,
Well,
boo-hoo.
certainly that's the rule, but if it's non-controversial, maybe it can, but if you could be careful, please.
I will be careful. My purpose was only to clarify something that may have been obfuscated somewhat earlier. So thank you very much. We can take that down, Mr. Registrar. Prime Minister, describing what was brought to your attention on February 13th by Commissioner Lucky about the plan for Ottawa, and this at the IRG meeting earlier that day, you told Commission Council, as I've noted it, it wasn't a plan, not a fully final plan. And first of all, have I noted your evidence correctly?
I am always wary to try and distinguish what I know now from what I knew then. I'm comfortable in saying that what I knew then, whether it was from Commissioner Lucky or others, or what I was briefed on, was Ottawa did not yet have a firm and concrete and convincing plan that they were going to be able to take care of the occupation this time, as opposed to all the previous times where they had said they were going to do it and were unable to do it. That was certainly the sense that we had. Versus what I know now was that it turns out that what they say was a plan on the 13th was an engagement plan and not a ending the occupation plan.
And what I'm going to do, Prime Minister, in the course of the next few questions is take you through what we now know to be the case and ask you how it accords with your recollection of what you knew then on February 13th. And in that respect, could we go to WTS 00000, so that's, as I have it, 5030. This is the witness summary of Superintendent Bernier. And we've heard, Prime Minister, that Superintendent Bernier was the incident commander in relation to the operation that ultimately cleared downtown Ottawa. And if we could go, please, to page 18 initially and the first sentence of the first paragraph. And here we have, on February 13th, the integrated planning team prepared a plan for Superintendent Bernier entitled Integrated Mobilization Operational Plan. It's referred to as the February 13th plan. And then we have footnote 16 referred to, and if we could go to that at the bottom of the page, please. This we have as OPP 00001-851. This is what you were taken to earlier
With
by
the redactions.
Yes. And that was taken, you were taken to that by counsel for the Ottawa Police Service. Now, if we could,
You said the one with the redactions. It wasn't the one with the redactions.
No,
It
that
was
was,
the long
oh, it was the
one.
72-page one from the
Yes,
Ottawa Police
yes.
Services. Yes, sorry, thank you.
thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. And then if we could go to page 13 of that document. This is the one cited in the footnote. And in particular, if we could look at the list of contingency plans that were to be included in Appendix H. If you could scroll down a little here and maybe stop there if you would. The following plans will be provided by the respective specialized units, POU, which we know now to be Public Order Unit, deployment, traffic plans. I'm just reading some of them, hostile vehicle mitigation, and importantly, obstruction removal at the bottom, vehicle and persons. And if we could please go to Appendix H at page 62. This is the proposed contingency plans.
Well, this is
And
exciting.
as we scroll down, we see to obtain from specialized units is all we have there. My friend from the Ottawa Police Service didn't show you that, Prime Minister. And then if we could please go back to Superintendent Bernier's witness summary, which was WTS 0000, so 5030, paragraph 18. We'll pick up with the words, he noted that the February 13th plan and we have it halfway down the first full paragraph we see here. He noted that the February 13 plan was not the overall operational plan and did not contain a plan to end the occupation of Ottawa. The overall operational plan was still being prepared. And then, and there will be a question for you, Prime Minister, momentarily. If we could please go on to page 20, the bottom of the page. On February 17th, Superintendent Bernier, Inspector Stringer, and Superintendent Liu approved the overall operational plan, which was titled Integrated Phased Approach, the February 17th plan. This refers to its development after Superintendent Bernier briefed others. And the operational plan approved that day, which was the Thursday of the week the Emergencies Act was implemented. Refers to supporting plans such as tactical, public order, towing, etc. Could we please now go to OPS 0000-13798, which
Commissioner David Mijakowski for the Ottawa Police. The rules do provide that my friend is limited to an examination in chief of the clients. We have listened to him go on.
Sorry, you're speaking to the microphone, please.
Sorry. The rules do provide that my friend is limited to an examination in chief, and this is not what we're seeing. This is my friend giving evidence, and I am sure that there is a question that will be coming, but so far we haven't heard it. It seems to me that's not what the rules contemplate.
Commissioner, I have prefaced this by indicating that I would take the Prime Minister to certain elements of the evidence and then ask him how that accorded with what he was told on February 13th about a plan. And that's my intention to do that very shortly. I have to just finish this one point.
Okay, well, if you could get to the question as soon as possible.
I
because
will, thank you.
It's looking a bit like a presentation.
It's explaining to the Prime Minister what the evidence has been at this inquiry, actually despite aspects of the cross-examination. So Prime Minister,
Yeah, I guess that's important, eh?
the plan developed on February 17th actually referred to the Emergencies Act and the powers under it. But my question, to come back to it, is, Prime Minister, how does the evidence to which I've just referred you, which has been heard in the course of this inquiry, compare with your understanding and recollection of what Commissioner Lucky told you about the plan for Ottawa at the IRG meeting on Sunday, February 13th?
As I testified earlier, on the 13th at the IRG, my understanding from officials in general, most likely Commissioner Lucky primarily, was that the plan that the Ottawa Police Services had at that point was not a plan to end the occupation. And as I would later testify or later find out, the plan of the 13th was not complete the way the plan of the 17th was, which was the actual plan that led to the clearing of the occupation in Ottawa. So this evidence is entirely consistent with my understanding of what was happening on the 13th, and of course, my understanding of it in hindsight as well.
Thank you, Prime Minister. The third of the four areas to which I'm taking you has to do with two forms of consultation under the Emergencies Act that you've described in your evidence. And we're going to be aided by going to the Emergencies Act itself, and in particular, it's at CCF 000000, could be 6 zeros, 47. We could display that, please, Mr. Registrar. And you've referred to two provisions in the course of your testimony on this point already, Prime Minister. I'm going to ask that we turn initially to Section 4.
It's kind of a disservice for our side for these guys taking so long and making it as boring as possible. I wish he was a little more direct with his questioning.
We might have. Section 14, please.
This is why screenshots are handy.
And
Screenshot it, buddy.
this provides that subject to subsection 2, before the governor and council issues, continues, or amends a declaration of a public welfare emergency, the lieutenant governor in council of each province in which the direct effects of the emergency occur shall be consulted with respect to the proposed action. This continues with an indication in subsection 2, where the direct effects of the emergency are confined to or occur principally in one province. The governor and council may not declare a public welfare emergency unless the lieutenant governor and council of the province has indicated to the lieutenant governor that the emergency exceeds the capacity or authority of the province to deal with it. And Prime Minister, the consultation that you've described in 2020, was that conducted under this provision or another provision?
If this is, I didn't see what section this was, if this is indeed a public welfare emergency, then yes, as of 14.1, you know, before the governor and council
Spit it out.
moves forward with the public
Spit
welfare
it out.
emergency, we have to consult with each province to the affected province in response to it. That lays it out clearly for that.
And in the case of a public order emergency, consultation occurs under section 25, which I'll ask be turned up. And you referred to a provision which allows for consultation to happen after declaration of a public order emergency. And I note the words in subsection 2, without unduly jeopardizing the effectiveness of the proposed action. And Prime Minister, in relation to a public order emergency, was this the provision you had in mind?
Yes, you can see there are conditions subject to subsections 2 and 3, which talk about the effects or the urgency or the negative impact that a consultation could have on the situation, which is a caveat when it comes to a public order emergency that was not present in the otherwise very similar paragraph applying to a public welfare emergency. That's what I was referring to earlier.
Pardon me, I didn't mean to interrupt, Prime Minister. And just before we leave this area, I'll ask that the registrar please turn up ssm.nsc.can 50625. And this has been pretty well canvassed already, Prime Minister.
There's his ear. There's his ear, guys.
Minutes or the readout of the First Minister's conference call on February 14th, 2022. We understand that this call began somewhere around 10:15 a.m. And first of all, Prime Minister, you told Commission Council this call lasted approximately an hour. Is that right?
That sounds about right.
Was any time limit imposed on the consultation that took place during that call?
No, if it had to take 2 hours, it would have taken 2 hours.
Did any of the premiers seem surprised about the topic of conversation?
None expressed surprise that what we were talking about. No.
Did any of them seem ill-prepared to deal with the topic for discussion?
As I said, we had talked about it a couple of years ago, not with all of them. I believe there were some different folks around the table. But the idea and the concept of the Emergencies Act invocation and consultation was something that we had collectively gone through at a previous iteration. So they all had reflections to share during that tour de table. They did not say, listen, I don't know what to say. I haven't thought about this. Give us more time to think about it. They had ideas. I have no doubt they would have had more ideas had we had the luxury of much more time on consultation. But this was, these were exigent circumstances.
Did any of them ask that the balance of the conversation take place at another time, that it be deferred to later that day or later in the week?
Not that I recall.
I think I'd have better questions than this guy.
And if we could just please turn to what will be the, I don't know if they're paginated. This will be where Premier Ford speaks. And it will be, count the pages. Should be the 6th page, please, Mr. Registrar.
Yeah.
And we could go down to the next page. Thank you. And in particular, if I could take you, Prime Minister, to the statement, and it's the third last bullet point. Province does not have tow trucks. That will change in the future. We'll ensure that OPP have tow trucks. Embarrassing that we can't get use of tow trucks. So is it fair to say that that was an issue on the morning of February 14th in the first minister's call?
Yes, it was.
And I note as well that on this subject of tools that you've referred to repeatedly in the course of your testimony, Prime Minister, Premier Ford concluded by saying, have to give tools to the police that are needed, support the PM 100%. Is that right, sir?
Yes.
Now, Prime Minister, my last area, and indeed my last question, is this.
Thank God.
What do you say, sir, to the suggestion that the decision to invoke the Emergencies Act on February 14th of this year was politically motivated?
My motivation was entirely about ensuring the safety of Canadians. My secondary motivation was making sure Canadians continue to have confidence in their institutions and in our society's ability to function and enforce the rule of law when it's not being respected. Politics was not a motivation at all in the invocation of the emergency.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister, and thank you, Commissioner. Those are my questions.
Oh my God.
Thank you. Any re-examination?
No re-examination, Commissioner.
Bien, Monsieur le Premier Ministre.
Well, Prime Minister, I'm very pleased to be able to tell you that we've completed our work for the day with you. Thank you very much indeed for your testimony and taking the time to shed some light over here. Thank you for all the work that you do, Commissioner. You are free. Enjoy your weekend.
We will take a short break and then come back with the final submissions from the various parties and a brief closing statement, but assuming there's still someone here by me. So, merci.
Wow.
The
Sit down,
The
Mom.
commission is in recess. The commission levée.
Order. Wow, guys. I'm sorry. Did he just say it wasn't politically motivated? The guy that said we were unacceptable. What did he say? Unacceptable views, fringe minority. Do we tolerate these people? Anywho, guys, let's read your comments. What do you guys think? I think I can guess what a lot of you are thinking. But you know what? I'm going to jump on over to Twitter, see what people are saying over at Twitter. I quoted... just 1 second. I closed it. I need to reopen it. So I'm going to stop sharing that and then share with you guys. Geoengineering says trash. Yeah. Lynn B says, oh, it sounded like those were the cross-examination. We missed our side questioning him. I don't think Brendan Miller had a chance, did he? That was my feeling that they weren't. I mean, if he did, let me guys know. I missed this morning, but that was my feeling that they weren't going to let him question him. They just had a bunch of softball questions. All right, so here's Twitter. Let's look at Twitter here. Where did it go? Oh, it's right in front of me. Dang. All right, so yeah. What's Elon saying? No one cares. All right. So Clyde do something. He had a good tweet. Where was that? Let's read that. We're lagging, folks, probably because we have so much going on here. Where's your latest tweet there, buddy? Anyways, it was good. Check it out. Clyde do something. I thought there'd be more people lighten up Twitter with this, but there probably is a lot. I'm just not following a lot of them. I'm new on the Twitter world. I came back ever since Elon took over. There's Limby. I already read that. Geo says his trash. Design Girl 2009. Thank you guys for joining me, by the way. If you're new here, please subscribe. I do stuff like this all the time. We try to bring you the latest and the greatest. I think the public should have been able to ask him questions. The public. I agree. Now, the one lady had public stories read to him, and he said, I'm touched. I'm moved. But apparently not enough to apologize. I'm not sure. I hope Brandon had his opportunity, but I don't know. I think you mean Brendan. Sorry, but I'm very specific with my name. Yeah, I'm Brandon, by the way. For those of you who are new here, yeah, like I said, Momentum Canada, we try to cover what goes on here at a macro sense on Momentum Canada, but we also cover provincial and local politics. I'm from Sarnia, which Justin gave us a shout out, but he was trying to say that there were whispers. See, that's the thing. When you say things like there's whispers of potential things about to occur, that doesn't justify evoking an Emergency Act, because that's just so loosey-goosey, and it's just cheapening the use of that thing. I mean, the last time it was used, it was the War Measures Act, right? And it was during World War II, I think. No, it was during, there was an abduction, and I can't remember what year it was, but that was the last time when a politician was abducted. That's the last time it was evoked. And it was by Trudeau's father. And at the time, there were people saying he was cheapening it by using it for that case, an abduction. So it seems that the Trudeau family is just cheapening the meaning and the use of the Emergencies Act, which was formerly the War Measures Act. Design Girl says, I subscribed and shared on Facebook, Twitter, and LinkedIn. Oh, thank you, Design Girl. Appreciate that. Limby says, LOL. I'm not sure what you're lolling at, but I hope it was me because I think I'm pretty funny. Yeah, thanks, Design Girl. Yes. And thank you, Lynn. You've been moderating the chat for me and sharing my links. I appreciate when you do that. That's awesome. Silvio said, sad as funk. Yeah, it is sad as funk. Valerie says, hearing voices is not a good thing. Yeah, guys, did you, speaking of hearing voices, do you think he had someone in his ear? I thought we caught a glimpse of his ear, his left ear, because we were looking at his right the whole time, and it appeared to not have anything in it, unless it was like this, the Secret Service wear, the clear ones that are like loopity loopy, and then they go in the ear and you can hardly see it. I don't know. The live streams throughout the convoy tell the undeniable truth. The use of the act was unjust and used as an attempt to vindicate his bruised ego. Yeah. Sayo Bahan Mariana. I think that's how you pronounce it. You're absolutely right. And I was actually one of the live streamers. I would interview people that were in Ottawa. I met a lot of people, and I didn't realize how many people from my hometown, which is Sarnia, that they were there. So I already knew them. So I was just like, let's do an interview. So I'd have them on the channel and they'd tell me exactly what was happening, because there was two narratives going on. We all know this, right? That what was happening on the news, the doom and gloom of it all. And then you'd talk to someone who was there and they'd be like, no, like this is the best atmosphere I've ever been in. Like this, so loving, and people are hugging me like grown men crying on my shoulder for a reason they don't understand. But yeah, you're right. The live streams throughout the convoy tell the undeniable truth. Well said. Excuse me, guys. Sorry. Valerie, even if the voices you hear whisper. Yeah. Yep. Lenby, truck. How do you say that? Photo? Truck photo. If our government can interpret our laws to fit their narrative and goals, then we are free to do the same. Asking for a friend. Ha 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 ha. Yeah. It's I'm interested in the sound bites that are going to be coming up. I shouldn't say sound bites, because that sounds like we're trying to set them up, but the little clips that that I see all the time that come on Facebook and YouTube in is it called Reels? No, the Shorts. On YouTube, it's called Shorts, where it's just like a little clip of him saying something embarrassing. Yeah, like the one, the last thing he said was, to me, very embarrassing, that it wasn't political. It wasn't politically motivated, and that he didn't call unvaccinated people names. Like, whoa, like talk about the level of self-awareness of even the things that you say yourself. Len B says, "Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord Castro Jr." Ooh, yeah, yeah. Photo. Okay, gotcha. As in faux fur. Okay, gotcha. Does Sarnia still rally on Saturdays? Well, yeah, okay, so a good question. We started that during the trucker convoy, and we started with I tried to do a head count like the first weekend that we advertised. I was just because I had noticed, me and a couple of friends of mine noticed that it was sporadic and there was no real organization to when people would show up. It would be like a Tuesday after work, and then there'd be like a Thursday, and people would show up on Saturday. So we were just like, well, let's consolidate it and just tell everybody, let's do it one time, get as many numbers as we can every single week. So we made it Saturdays, 12 p.m., City Hall, and we showed up in their first one. We advertised it, made flyers, and messaged everyone we knew, and there was like 400 people, and that's a lot of people for Sarnia. But then we showed up every week. I would go down to our local music store. I would rent with the donations that you guys gave this channel. I'd take the money and rent a sound system, and we'd have guest speakers, and we'd bring food. The local freedom, like we'd find businesses that were fellow freedom fighters, and they donate food. We had hot dogs. I think we had pizza at one point, donuts and coffee. And for the first couple of weeks, it was really, really good, or a few weeks, it was really, really good. So yeah, continued that every Saturday. And then it dwindled down as well. Obviously, when the Emergencies Act was evoked, people were kind of scared to come out. So that weekend was kind of scarce. I was still there. There's people, I think it was me and maybe 4 other people, because everyone else was scared. And we were just sitting there waving our flag. And then it eventually dwindled right down. I mean, I was still going in June. It was like the sunny weather was there, and I was there by myself. It was me, my parents, and their friends for the weeks previous to that, and then it came to where I was by myself waving a flag, and I was just like, all right. And part of what I would do is have conversations with people, and I'd have this giant 6 foot long table with a sign that says, "You want to chat?" Or no, it says, "Why are we here? Come have a chat." So I'd bring that table and try to get people to come and ask, why are we there? So I'm going to read I'm going to pause my story and just read your comments. Mainstream media will have a heyday clipping today's questions and answer. Yeah, they'll clip it in a way that's deceiving. Yeah, what I meant was like, I wonder what hot takes our side is going to choose from today. I'm going to be interested in that. And thank you, Lynn, for sharing that. Please note, yeah, she said, please know that YouTube takes 30% of all donations. We are not government sponsored. Every dollar helps. Please support the channel. Yeah, I appreciate that if you guys, because part of the rest of my story is that from being at City Hall with my table, Brooke, if you guys know Brooke Day here on Momentum Canada, but if you're new here, Brooke Day is a regular contributor. He decided to run for a local city council, and he asked me to be his campaign manager. So I transitioned from sitting at City Hall with my table to doing a show geared towards local politics with that same table. And we got a banner for it. We called it Serious for Sarnia. And we tried to make a dent in local politics. So we were super busy with that. And we were very, what's the word? What's the word for that? When you go out and do stuff. We were all over the city filming, making videos. A lot of that's on the channel. Our show is called Serious for Sarnia. And then we're still doing that. He didn't win the election. We got over 3,000 votes, which was actually really impressive considering it was just the 2 of us. promoting him. He had come from Taiwan. He'd been away for 20 years. He was born here, but he'd been away for 20 years. So we did pretty darn good for being away that long. And he beat people that had already been in politics before, so their name was already known. So that was a good indication. But we're continuing to do local politics. We're still out there going to the events and paying attention to how our tax dollars are being spent. And we try to reach. There's a lot of problems in Sarnia with drugs and crime and homelessness. So one of our passions is giving voice to people. I mean, that's been the passion of this channel from the very beginning, giving voice to people. I used to have people on telling their stories until YouTube was just like, yeah, don't talk about the jabs. Oh, we're going back here, guys. I hear the commission starting again. I'll continue my story later, but let me share my screen again. I'm going to jump off, though, because I need to go make some dinner. I'll keep this stream going. You guys enjoy it. Share screen. Here we go.
Yes, a few moments to go through what various parties view as their critical points and a brief
Take care, guys.
final submissions. It's probably easier from your seat, but I think it probably makes more sense to come up to the podium if people are prepared to do that. So if we can start with the Government of Canada, please.
Must have drawn the short straw.
Probably because everybody has been focused on and they want to hear from you first.
Merci. Merci, Monsieur le Commissaire.
Thank you, Commissioner, and good afternoon. My name is Robert McKinnon. I am lead counsel for the government in Canada. I firstly want to thank you and your legal staff for the in-depth work that you've done over the last 6 weeks of these hearings and months of preparation preceding it.
The evidence and testimony before this commission from the parties and the submissions from members of the public have shown clearly that there were reasonable grounds for the governor and council to believe that a public order emergency existed and that special temporary measures were necessary to resolve it. The decision to invoke the Emergencies Act responded to the volatile, escalating, and urgent situation of serious threats of violence to persons and property across the country. There were threats to the security of Canada in the form of illegal blockades at key border ports of entry, such as Windsor, Ontario, Coutts, Alberta, Emerson, Manitoba, and Surrey, BC, as well as protests and ports of entry right across the country. The discovery of weapons and a hardcore group of individuals willing to die for their cause at the Coutts blockade revealed a real potential for serious violence. There was also the potential serious threat of weapons and threat actors at other illegal protests. In addition, there was the unprecedented, unlawful occupation in Ottawa, which was described by the Chief of Police as a tinderbox. The evidence confirmed the unorganized chaos that gridlocked the city. Counsel for the convoy, Mr. Wilson, admitted that this illegal occupation attracted individuals and groups with violent tendencies, like moths to a flame, in his words. There was also the real potential of serious violence from the racial harassment, intimidation, and threats to residents of Ottawa, Windsor, and at other illegal blockades, and the risk of violence from counter-protests. The lives and livelihoods of ordinary people were seriously affected. Many businesses closed, and people were without work for weeks due to these blockades. Moreover, at the same time, there was escalating online extremist IMVE rhetoric and threats against the lives of police and elected officials, including the Prime Minister Deputy Prime Minister, among others, the hate speech and symbols against ethnic minorities and racialized persons were prevalent and prominent at these unlawful protests. As Minister Blair explained in his testimony, in an environment of lawlessness, the escalating threat of violence, unpredictable in form and by unforeseen actors, is very real. There were also serious threats to the economic security of Canada, to Canada's trade relationship with the US, to our main supply chain of essential goods, food, fuel, and medicine to all parts of the country, and to the economic well-being of Canadians. The security threats were real and escalating across the country, including to airports and railway lines. It was not known where the next illegal blockade would arise and further strain the resources of law enforcement. The evidence confirms that these well-financed illegal blockades across the province and country were interconnected, loosely coordinated, and appeared designed to stretch police resources and overwhelm their capacity to respond effectively. The Ottawa occupation inspired other copycat illegal protests in Canada and in other countries, such as France, New Zealand, and the United States. The government witnesses outlined the deliberate, step-by-step approach in which careful consideration was given to all available options and existing authorities before the declaration of a public order emergency was chosen as the option of last resort. The option of a peaceful resolution of a complex situation was seriously pursued and considered through an engagement proposal, though ultimately found not to be a workable solution. By February 14th, the cities of Ottawa and Windsor and the Government of Ontario had already declared a state of emergency. After extensive engagement and formal consultation between federal officials, ministers, and their provincial counterparts, the Governor and Council determined that this volatile situation exceeded the capacity or authority of a province to respond effectively to the crisis on a nationwide scale. The Emergencies Act was invoked with the support of several premiers and territorial leaders. The measures taken for dealing with the emergency were proportional, effective, time-limited, and charter compliant. The measures were of significant benefit to law enforcement in deterring and dissipating the illegal protests in Ottawa, Windsor, and Winnipeg, and keeping the areas cleared. They allowed the police to bring the situation under control and to compel and indemnify the services of heavy tow truck operators in Ottawa and Surrey, BC. The Emergencies Act measures were revoked as soon as they were no longer required. In the end, these measures resolved the crisis situation across the country after 9 days without any loss of life. The Government
of Canada awaits impatiently the evaluation that will be made of the events by the Commission and circumstances that led to the public order emergency declaration, as well as its conclusions and recommendations flowing from its important mandate. Thank you.
I just wanted for the public that's no doubt listening to just make clear that these are summary positions expressed by the parties. There will be more fulsome argument made in writing to the commission. So just so you get the context for those who may be listening online or listening in the hall. These are summaries of the position of the various parties, and they will have the opportunity in the next couple of weeks to provide the commission with complete submissions on their position and argument on the law. Avec ceci, next,
with this,
Saskatchewan, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. I'm just having a little difficulty with my camera.
It's now on. You're good.
Am I good? Thank you, Commissioner. I'm Mitch McAdam, one of the lawyers for the government of Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan intervened in these proceedings for two reasons. First, because of concerns that the measures taken were overbroad in two senses. First, that they interfered with provincial powers, and second, that they infringed on the rights of citizens. Second, because of concerns that the statutory threshold for invoking a public order emergency was not met. First, Saskatchewan is very concerned about the impacts of invoking the Emergencies Act on federalism. The emergencies power flows out of the Peace, Order, and Good Government Clause in the Constitution Act 1867 and gives the federal government the power to temporarily assume provincial powers under the Constitution. In many ways, it is like the notwithstanding clause in the Charter. In this case, while the federal government has said that it was simply providing additional tools to police, the fact is that they assumed significant provincial powers. Policing is a matter that falls under provincial jurisdiction. The Emergency Economic Measures Order is not just about banking. It expressly deals with credit unions, insurance companies, trust companies, loan companies, securities dealers, and investment advisors, all matters that fall under exclusive provincial jurisdiction. While many of these powers were not relied upon by the police, the order itself caused confusion and represented a serious and, in our view, unnecessary intrusion into matters under provincial jurisdiction. Second, the province is also concerned that the measures adopted under the Emergency Economic Measures Order were overbroad and may have infringed on the charter rights of Canadian citizens. But we will leave the submissions on that point to the Civil Liberties Group. Next, I'll turn to the threshold in the Act. Again, there are two branches to Saskatchewan's argument. First, the threshold is a statutory test. It's a high threshold, and it's a high threshold for a very good reason. The threshold is not whether the Emergencies Act was necessary or whether it was helpful. The test is whether there are reasonable grounds to believe that a public order emergency exists. Others will discuss, I suspect in great detail, whether that threshold is limited to threats to the security of Canada as defined by the CSIS Act, or whether it's broader. I'll largely leave those arguments to others. However, there is one point that we think you must keep in mind as you sift through the evidence, and that's Section 3 of the Emergencies Act. Section 3 provides that a national emergency is something that exceeds the capacity or authority of a province to deal with, and specifically provides that a national emergency can only be invoked if the situation is such that it cannot be effectively dealt with under any other law. So you will need to examine the tools that were available to law enforcement to deal with the protests. We've heard a lot of evidence about tools in this case, and I would say that the Emergencies Act and tools is a bit of a chicken and game problem. Does the emergency arise first and then the Act provides for tools to deal with the emergency? Or can an emergency arise because there aren't sufficient tools to deal with the situation? I tend to think it's the former, and I think there is a concern that the Emergencies Act should not be used simply as a way to fill in the gaps in the law. That was never its purpose. Second, Saskatchewan's primary focus in this case is on the consultations with the provinces. It is Saskatchewan's position that the consultations in this case were inadequate. We say that there are a number of things you should focus on. First, the precedent from 2020. Second, there were opportunities to consult with the provinces earlier. We've heard that the Emergencies Act was on the table by February 9th or 10th, if not earlier. The federal government could have consulted with the provinces at the front end instead of at the back end. Third, there's evidence which we will suggest shows that the decision to invoke the Emergencies Act was de facto made on February 13th before the First Minister's meeting. The Prime Minister confirmed this morning that the consensus at both the IRG meeting and the Cabinet meeting on February 13th were to proceed with the Emergencies Act. Fourth, the actual meeting that was held with premiers on the 14th. This meeting was set up on very short notice with no indication of what the subject matter was to be, and it lasted about 1 hour. When we file our written submissions, we will refer you to case law in other contexts, which suggests that this is not an adequate consultation. Commissioner, those are our submissions on the key points that you need to consider during your consideration of the evidence that you've heard over the past 6 weeks. And finally, in closing, Commissioner, on behalf of Mr. Morris and myself, we would like to thank you for providing us with the opportunity to participate in these hearings virtually. It was much appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that was Government of Saskatchewan. The Government of Alberta, please.
Good afternoon. Mandy England for the Government of Alberta. Reflecting back on the past 6 weeks of evidence, there's obviously much for you to consider, Commissioner. The many aspects of your mandate include making recommendations to provide guidance for potential refinements to the Emergencies Act and guidance for future invocations of the Act. The Government of Alberta would highlight in this brief time 2 main points related to this aspect of your mandate. First, consultation with the provinces is required by the Emergencies Act. This is extremely important to our constitutional system. It is not a suggestion to which the federal government can just pay lip service. One aspect of this is timing. We have heard extraordinary evidence that the Government of Canada did not want to raise the potential invocation of the Act with the provincial governments until more than a few hours before it would be invoked on February the 14th, because they were afraid that the information would be leaked to the public. And yet, the Federal Minister of Emergency Preparedness himself spoke to more than one national media outlet the day before on February the 13th. Being suspicious of the provinces, especially after a federal minister has already raised it with the media, cannot be an acceptable reason for the Government of Canada not to have the required, meaningful, good faith consultations with the provinces about a matter as serious as invoking the Emergencies Act. Another aspect of this is weight. 7 provinces advised the Government of Canada that they did not support the invocation of the Act in their province, that there was no need, and that they had the capability and authorities to deal with the situation. And in fact, provinces including Alberta did deal with it before the Emergencies Act was invoked with existing capability and authorities. The Incident Response Group was told on the afternoon of February the 13th, the day before the Prime Minister says he decided to invoke the Emergencies Act, that an enforcement action was being undertaken at Coutts. And the Prime Minister has acknowledged today that he was advised at the time of the First Minister's meeting that the enforcement action was well underway, that arrests had been made, and that Coutts was secured. The relevant test under the Emergencies Act requires that in order for it to be invoked for a public order emergency, the situation must exceed the capacity or authority of the province to deal with it. If the Government of Canada has been advised by the provinces prior to invoking the Emergencies Act that it does not exceed their capacity or authority, can that simply be ignored? We have heard evidence about worries that protests might return, and we have heard of the convenience of freezing accounts at financial institutions across the country to convince people to leave. But can worries and simplicity trump the wording of the legislation and the constitutional deference that must be afforded to the provinces? As counsel for the Commission put it to one minister during examination, if what the Government of Canada did in this case qualifies as sufficient consultation, is there anything that wouldn't? Next, appropriateness of the measures included in the order and regulation issued under the Emergencies Act is another area of review. Freezing the bank accounts of Canadians engaged in political protest without due process is extraordinary. We have heard evidence that it was not only accounts of those protesters, but joint accounts, meaning Canadians who weren't at the protest at all had their accounts frozen. The question is whether the fact that it might have been a quick way or an easy way to bring a protest to an end can be accepted as sufficient justification for such a serious and broad infringement on the rights of Canadian citizens, particularly when there were clearly other adequate tools to enforce the law and bring the protest to an end. Among the many issues raised in these proceedings, these are just two that we are hopeful the Commission will carefully consider. And we would like to thank you again, Commissioner, for the opportunity to participate in this important inquiry and for the work done by you and Commission Council.
Okay, thank you. Next is the City of Ottawa, please.
Thank you, Commissioner Alyssa Tompkins for the city. The City of Ottawa's role in responding to the Freedom Convoy was threefold. First, it sought to support the OPS as the lead agency in response to the protest. Second, maintain city services as much as possible, again in coordination with police. And third, it exercised a convening function in terms of bringing people together at other levels of government at both the political and official level. I'll remind the Commission what the City and Mayor cannot do, which is direct the police or the Police Services Board. City Council's oversight powers are extremely limited. They're limited to approving the police budget on a global basis and appointing 4 members to the board, 3 councillors and 1 member of the public. Council did use its power to revoke an appointment in this case, as we've seen when it removed Councillor Deans as board chair. We acknowledge the significant impact that the Freedom Convoy protests had on the citizens of Ottawa, on city services, and on city staff. We submit there are 5 key questions that need to be addressed in response in particular to the Ottawa situation. We'll of course answer those questions in our written submissions, but for now, here are the issues. So 1, did a lack of intelligence or lack of coordination among institutions responsible for collecting or analyzing intelligence affect the response to the Freedom Convoy? 2, was there a delay in sending additional police resources to Ottawa? And if so, what caused or contributed to that delay? 3rd, was Windsor a or the priority? And if so, who was responsible for that decision? 4th, if the lack of a plan or difficulties with achieving unified command caused delay, how could these issues have been addressed and resolved more quickly? In particular, what is the role of oversight bodies in such a situation? And in particular, what action could the province have taken, if any, to end the protests in Ottawa sooner? And of course, here we're referring to both the MTO and the Solicitor General in terms of discharging its obligation to ensure adequate and effective policing in Ottawa. The last one, number 5, is the role of negotiation and engagement with protesters in situations such as this, and the relationship between civilian authorities and police when participating in such discussions. So we'll have more to say on that in our written submissions. I'd like to thank you, Mr. Commissioner, Commission Council, and most of all, my friends, counsel for the other parties. Strange alliances formed and then unformed on almost a daily basis between the parties, but always with collegiality and cooperation between councils. So thank you to all of you.
Okay, City of Windsor.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Windsor understands that this commission has the mandate to examine and report on the circumstances that led to the declaration of a public order emergency and the use of the measures in February 2022. However, it may not be a surprise to the Commission that I'm going to start my submissions on another part of the Commission's mandate, the mandate to set out the lessons learned and make recommendations as it pertains to those matters. Windsor, we've heard many times, is not only the host to the Ambassador Bridge, there are multiple border crossings in its borders, and it serves as a vital trade corridor between Canada and the United States. The focus must be on learning lessons from the events of January and February. It is clear, Windsor submits from the evidence before this commission, that the issues facing Canada earlier this year, in the words of the Prime Minister, won't just go away. It is clear from the testimony that all three levels of government and policing must work urgently and collectively to find solutions to prevent unlawful protest activity from ever again threatening the safety and security not only of Windsorites, but of Canadians throughout our country and our national economy. We need a toolkit that sets out the division of responsibilities of all three levels of government, the available authorities at all three levels, and the resources required to implement those authorities, including who is responsible for costs. This toolkit to protect the infrastructure critical to Canada's economy must prioritize municipal and community interests. And we need this plan so that precious time is not wasted if our critical infrastructure and the communities that host that infrastructure face a threat like this again. The evidence that this commission has heard about the response to the Ambassador Bridge blockade reveals the importance of swift, effective communication and cooperation within and between all levels of government to support police operations. The successful operation to clear the bridge, which Minister Blair called a textbook operation that was proportional, measured, charter compliant, and appropriate, was made possible because of early and open communication between Windsor Police and the OPP and their other policing partners. The Commission also heard about how the city government and staff acted swiftly, effectively, and in a unified manner. The Mayor, the Community Emergency Management Coordinator, La Forette, and city leadership coordinated Windsor's response and communicated information and operational needs to their provincial and federal counterparts. The response to the blockade also showed the importance of the incident command system, of advanced emergency planning, and of City Council speaking with one voice in this kind of crisis, and the important role that a municipality and government can play in supporting this kind of police operation. You've also heard how the necessary police response to clear the blockade had a significant negative impact on local Windsor businesses and households. Thus far, Windsor's repeated calls for trilateral government talks to create the integrated plan I talked about earlier to prevent and respond to such incidents has gone unheeded. Planning and first response to border issues cannot be Windsor's duty alone. As Mayor Dilkins noted, there must be an advanced plan that can be pulled off the shelf in the time of crisis. And this planning must start now. Despite the effective response to the blockade, the process revealed, as we have heard, jurisdictional gaps and uncertainties that must be addressed. Doubt begets delay. Roles, responsibilities, and jurisdiction should be clear before an emergency arises. Windsor and the many other municipalities which host critical infrastructure are partners in this process, not just stakeholders. Where provincial partners and governments do not respond or do not respond quickly enough, the federal government has a responsibility to have a plan to directly support the first responders on the ground. Windsor thanks its community, its staff, its police force for their response to this crisis, and appreciates the efforts and professionalism of the OPP, the RCMP, and its policing partners, and the open lines of communication it had with provincial and federal governments. The city also thanks the Commission for the opportunity to participate as a party in this important process. Thank you.
Okay, the Ottawa Police Service.
Good afternoon. David Mijakowski for the Ottawa Police Service. In approaching the evidence, Commissioner, the starting point, we say, is to look at what is not contentious. And there was a refrain of 3 words that we heard from almost all of the witnesses: unprecedented, fluid, and volatile. It is not in dispute that the protest, which became an illegal occupation, was unprecedented in this country. The fluidity and volatility of the situation was caused by the presence of large trucks spread throughout downtown, coupled with protesters whose numbers swelled to the thousands during weekends, and a crowd that included children. That too is not in dispute. Having heard the evidence, you can now understand, and the public can understand, the intractable problem faced by the police, which was how to safely end the occupation without injury or loss of life to the community, to the protesters, and to the police officers on the ground. Another matter on which the evidence is uncontroverted is that the entirety of the Ottawa Police Service were united in a singular desire to do the right thing. The objective was always to safely end the occupation and return the city to normalcy. While there may not always have been unanimity on what was the best approach to achieve the objective, everyone worked tirelessly, doing their very best under very challenging conditions. What is also not in dispute was the need for more resources. It was brought to the fore on January 31st, and the request for more resources was a refrain that started that day and ended when those resources arrived. Another matter upon which the evidence is uncontradicted is that the Ottawa Police Service and its partners came together to plan and execute an integrated operational plan. Minister Blair recognized that the plan was flawless and its execution was careful and methodical. In his words, it was a textbook example of how to safely carry out a police POU operation. Importantly, Minister Blair recognized that what happened in Ottawa was not a policing failure, and what was needed ultimately to resolve the occupation and what was finally delivered was a massive influx of resources. The second point we ask that you keep in mind when you assess the evidence is to beware of hindsight bias. Hindsight bias is the not uncommon human tendency to look back at events after they have occurred and to assert that it was predictable. But as we all know, this event was not predictable. You heard a great deal of evidence about the intelligence that existed in the days before the arrival of the convoy, what it meant, and how law enforcement should have responded to it. We ask that you carefully review that evidence to determine whether the perceptions of some of the witnesses in that regard is as a result of hindsight bias. No one knew that a protest about vaccine mandates, which started off as peaceful and law-abiding, would become an occupation. The plans that the Ottawa Police Service had for managing the event were shared with all of its law enforcement partners, and everyone cooperated in assisting what was intended to be the facilitation of a peaceful process. And the classic example of hindsight bias came from those witnesses who said the trucks should have been turned away and not allowed in. You heard much evidence as to why that would not have worked and what the impact of doing so would have been. Trucks would have been stranded on the Queensway, and to turn them away would have required thousands of officers and would have angered and incited those who had traveled so far to get here. The evidence you heard demonstrates that the Ottawa Police Service learned from its experience. Changes have been implemented in many areas, including how intelligence is analyzed, in devoting resources to the analysis of social media, and how event planners now balance the right to peaceful protest with the impacts of protest on the community. There has been a recognition of the need for greater clarity in the operation of the incident command system, and the Ottawa Police Service has strengthened their PLT program. The Ottawa Police Service looks forward to receiving this Commission's report so that it can take even further steps to improve the safety of this community and to continue to rebuild public trust. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you. Okay, next is the Windsor Police Service, please.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. This is Tom McRae for the Windsor Police Service. The Windsor Police Service is the police service of jurisdiction in the city of Windsor. It is their local police, as well as the area in the vicinity of the Ambassador Bridge. So unsurprisingly, throughout this commission, our focus in the evidence has been largely local and on policing. It's our view that Canadians can be proud of their professional police services. One of the very important elements, though, of being a professional police service is that these police services have operational independence. Every witness that this commission heard from affirmed the principle of independent operation by the police, even though one or two of them had to be reminded of it from time to time. And with respect to the clearing of the Ambassador Bridge blockade, and we acknowledge and we are grateful for the great assistance we received from the OPP and other municipal forces in this. The POU effort at the Ambassador Bridge worked. The charter rights of protest, to the extent possible, were respected. The efforts were reasonable and proportional. There was no loss of life. As the Deputy Prime Minister said, there was no blood on children's faces. There was no serious injury. And even the Prime Minister, as I think you characterized it, Mr. Commissioner, gave us a pat in the back for the efforts. There are larger issues, though, that arise from the example of Windsor, which in our respectful submission, this commission should consider. And one of them, and this is most troubling in my view, is what additional inputs should be considered by the police and a public order unit in particular when enforcing the laws and getting protesters who are acting illegally to disperse. Do you behave differently, for example, if there are significant economic impacts? How are the police under the current regime to know if there are significant economic impacts? In this case, we heard from the mayor of Windsor that, unbeknownst to most, they were trying to draw a electric car battery facility to the city. Should the police have moved quicker? Would it be desirable for the police to move quicker if it meant that there might be more injuries, either to officers or to protesters? And how would the Windsor police, in that example, get that information and be able to assess it, all the while maintaining their operational independence? And finally, and as my friend from the city of Windsor said, it remains a question for Windsor and the Windsor Police Service is who pays for the extra resources that the city of Windsor and its police service had to expend to deal with this protest, which occurred ostensibly over I was going to say vaccine mandates, but went larger than that. They were largely seen to come from the federal government, though, as the Prime Minister correctly pointed out, many of them were provincial or even local. And is it fair to put the bill on Windsor? My friend for Windsor said a plan would help. We're certainly in favor of that, but it's a plan that should be reached soon, in our respectful submission, to deal with these multiple issues. And I'd like finally to thank you, Mr. Commissioner, for your kindness and good humor, and I'd like to thank other council throughout. It's been an interesting ride. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, the Ontario Provincial Police, the OPP.
Thank you, Commissioner. As you heard in the evidence of Inspector Marcel Baudin of the OPP is impartial on the issues underlying any particular dispute. That's fundamental to policing any protest. It's a notion of impartiality. Consistent with that commitment to impartiality, the OPP takes no position on whether or not the Government of Canada ought to have invoked the Emergencies Act. That is not a question for law enforcement. That is a decision to be made by the Government of Canada. But it was obvious that an important factual issue would relate to whether or not police services could deal with the protest within existing powers and authorities. As I forecast in my opening submission, the evidence you consistently heard from OPP witnesses, and indeed many witnesses from other police services, was that while the tools were useful to varying degrees, they were not necessary. Ambassador Bridge was cleared without those tools. The Ottawa protest would have been cleared without those tools. You've heard about Blue Water Bridge, Fort Erie, other areas in Ontario, which were not subject to blockades or occupations because of the work of the OPP using existing tools. So it's an important discussion that we've had and that we'll have in our written submissions about what are those existing authorities. It's a position of the OPP that there were sufficient legal authorities within statute and common law to, for example, set up exclusion zones, and that the Emergencies Act was not required for that purpose. I think we need to be careful, Commissioner, with how we look at this issue of existing authorities. And those authorities, common law especially, should not be so narrowly construed in support of an argument in favor of the Emergencies Act that police services lose the ability to act. In other words, the way we interpret the common law will be important for understanding what police can do in the future under the common law. So I think it's an important discussion, and I'll be submitting case law in that respect in our written submissions. With respect to towing, we heard a lot of evidence. Ultimately, I think that where the evidence lands was that the act was useful, provided useful tools for indemnification and for business purposes, but the email from the OPP subject matter expert indicated that it was not used to compel tow trucks. You've heard a lot of evidence about the policing response and the involvement of the OPP. That response started well before the convoy arrived with Project Hendon. You heard about the broad distribution of Hendon in order to break down silos. The Prime Minister today actually spoke about silos within the federal law enforcement sphere and expressed concern about how those silos could have an impact. The Hendon reports went to all of those federal law enforcement agencies to try to avoid that concern. As early as January 20th, you've heard that there was intelligence that suggested this would not just be a weekend event. And I agree with my friend that hindsight is 2020, but it's fair to say that the Hendon reports and the teleconferences provided significant information to law enforcement across the country. Our OPP was not the police service of jurisdiction in Ottawa or Windsor, but worked to provide assistance in a number of ways that I won't go over now. The effectiveness and professionalism of the OPP and its commissioner has been a consistent theme in the evidence from a number of witnesses, including former Chief Slowly. I referenced the Ipperwash inquiry in my opening for a reason. Those recommendations fundamentally changed the way the OPP engages in policing. We've heard about the framework, provincial liaison team, operational independence, and the reporting relationship between the commissioner and the deputy minister. All of these are legacies of Ipperwash, and I will explore these themes in more detail in my written submissions. But it's fair to say that there needs to be a broader understanding amongst the policing community of the importance and effectiveness of some of these tools, because there may be some gaps with respect to some of those among certain police services. I understand that those recommendations from Ipperwash are in evidence, and I expect will be valuable to you in your consideration of this matter. Commissioner, the OPP asks that you consider recommending consultation with the OPP before invoking the Emergencies Act, assuming there's an Ontario component. That can be done quickly as between RCMP and OPP commissioners and can be done on a hypothetical basis so as not to betray any cabinet confidence. And for purposes of accountability and review, there should be a written record of such consultation. And of course, our written submissions will more clearly articulate these and other issues and other potential recommendations. The OPP's been very pleased to participate in this important process. I want to thank you and others. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is counsel for former Chief Slowly.
Thank you, Commissioner. Tom Curry for former Chief Slowly. As you emphasized in your comments opening these proceedings, these hearings concern accountability of the federal government and examine why the emergency was declared, how the power was used, and whether the government's actions were appropriate. The ancillary matters under review, including the efforts of police, are examined, as you indicated, only to the extent relevant to that mandate. This is important because it requires the Commission to focus on the acts and decisions of the federal government. Although it provides relevant context, this is not an inquiry into the operation of the Ottawa Police Service, the City of Ottawa, or the performance of Chief Slowly. As you also noted at the outset, this public inquiry is unique since the time available for you to complete your mandate is very short. To accomplish that task, procedural rules were adopted that imposed limits on the ability of the parties with standing to elicit evidence or challenge evidence introduced by Commission counsel. Those procedural limitations were designed to protect the Commission's ability to complete its mandate, and you have shown they've worked. But no party or participant should be the subject of an adverse misconduct finding in the context of a commission that has had to complete its mandate by imposing procedural rules to address the limited time frame in which you've had to operate. Chief Slowly is recognized by all as a national police leader who brought nearly 30 years of experience to Ottawa as its first Black police chief. He has a long record of success at the City of Toronto Police Service and internationally in virtually every role played in policing. His actions and his decisions and his recommendations for the future carry the weight of that accumulated experience and wisdom. The convoy protests that arrived in Ottawa in January 2022 represent an unprecedented and unpredictable paradigm shift in public protest. Even with the benefit of hindsight, it is not possible to find that police services and intelligence agencies should have known this would become an extended occupation. Recall indeed that most protesters left after the first weekend. But as the protests settled in to become an occupation, the Ottawa Police Service's plans that always contemplated some protesters would stay past the first weekend were required to evolve to address the new situation. There is also agreement that the OPS lacked the resources to resolve the occupation itself. Chief Slowly raised the lack of resources in a responsible way throughout these events, and his statement that there may not be a policing solution from the Ottawa Police Service alone was correct. He was also right to consider the role of negotiation and dialogue and whether an interlocutor could assist. Of course, the declarations of emergency by 3 levels of government were also not a policing solution, and he was right to call attention to the role of government to address this challenge. Agreement across the parties is also made that the events created a crucible of enormous pressure for everyone involved. All described the pressure they experienced during the protest. This point is important to your work because as you assess the facts and the roles played by individuals in these events, you should exercise restraint in judging those people, including Chief Slowly, who are operating under extremely challenging circumstances. The parties agree also that the police response in Ottawa, Windsor, Coutts, and elsewhere was a success, as has been noted by others, in the sense that the protests were brought to a conclusion without a loss of life or serious injury. The City of Ottawa, the OPS, and Chief Slowly occupied a prominent position in these proceedings. Commission Counsel's presentation of the evidence focused more on that part of the events than other parts. More members of the OPS testified and for longer than members of the other police services. Chief Slowly himself was in the witness box twice as long as any other witness in the proceeding. This intense scrutiny of Chief Slowly's role during the 3 weeks under review establishes, though, that he performed his duties in good faith to the best of his abilities, and that he dedicated himself to the passionate defense of the City of Ottawa, its residents, the membership of the OPS, the right of lawful protest, and the safe and responsible end of the illegal occupation. He exercised his authority under extremely difficult circumstances. His police service was operating without a full permanent senior command, was struggling to recover from the challenges of the global pandemic, and of course adjusting to a new chief from outside its service, implementing a change mandate. The unprecedented events of the convoy protests meant that the OPS, Police Services Board, City Council, city officials, and agencies were required to work together in imperfect conditions. Chief Slowly did everything in his authority to get the help he needed to help this community and the service he swore to protect. Unfortunately, he and the OPS were unable to get the help they needed when they needed it. You've heard about the reasons for those delays, from debates about who should be the first port of call to delays caused by inaccurate public statements about how many police service members were available to the OPS. Those circumstances created confusion and doubt and an unjustified lack of confidence in Chief Slowly and the OPS. Chief Slowly and the OPS were in an impossible position to dismantle an unprecedented occupation, but not with the resources they needed to do so. He had the weight of the city and the nation on his shoulders. Criticism of the absence of a plan must be seen in the context of the reality that there were always plans for maintaining the safety of the community, but plans for the dismantling of the occupation obviously required resources. And a plan most assuredly was complete, as you've heard, February 12th and February 13th, and services were delivered against that plan from the RCMP and the OPP. Chief Slowly served to the best of his ability under trying circumstances inside and outside the OPS, but it was not enough. Confidence in the OPS and its chief was harmed by the weight of the rumors and resourcing delays and the scale of the problem. And so he did the last thing he could do to ensure public safety was not compromised. On February 15th, he resigned from his position to remove himself from the equation. I say that's an act of a selfless leader who put the community and his service before himself and his family. His public service continues in this hearing. He has participated fully in these proceedings, including by offering his account of the circumstances and his recommendations to you for future reform to address structural deficits and improve the sharing of intelligence and responses to events of this kind in the future. And Commissioner, he looks forward to assisting you in the policy phase. On Chief Slowly's behalf and on behalf of my colleagues, thank you for your work in this commission.
Thank you. Next, the convoy organizers, please.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Eva Chipyuk. I am one of the lawyers representing Freedom Corp and the protesters who were here in Ottawa in January and February 2022. Mr. Commissioner, friends, Canadians listening to this public inquiry into the government's decision to invoke the Emergencies Act for the first time in history. You will remember on the first day of this public inquiry, our lead counsel, Brendan Miller, in his opening statement spoke about the evidence and threshold required for invoking the Emergencies Act. Mr. Miller set out each element of the test for invoking the Emergencies Act and then predicted that there would be no evidence to support any of the factors required to invoke the Act. I would like to restate Mr. Miller's opening statement and add to it what evidence in fact came out. It is our view that there was no justification whatsoever to invoke the Emergencies Act. The Emergencies Act requires several things. One, it could be invoked due to espionage and sabotage. Did you hear any evidence about espionage and sabotage? The answer is no. Two, it could be invoked on the basis of clandestine or deceptive foreign influence, or foreign influence that involves the threat to a person. Did you hear evidence about that? The answer is no. It also could be invoked on the basis of threats or use of acts of serious violence against persons or property. Did you hear evidence of violence against persons or property? The answer is no. Lastly, it can also be invoked if there is a group or persons trying to destroy or overthrow by violence the system of government of Canada. Did you hear evidence about individuals trying to do that? The answer is no. And the answer is there was no reasonable and probable grounds to invoke the Emergencies Act, and the government exceeded their jurisdiction both constitutionally and legislatively in doing so. In using the Emergencies Act, which gives the government with extraordinary powers, the Government of Canada chose use of force, that is state violence, over peaceful negotiations and democratic engagement with the Canadian people. The sad irony is that the protest in Ottawa was fundamentally about government overreach. Canadians felt that the current government had gone too far with the COVID-19 mandates. The government's response to the protest by invoking the Emergencies Act was a further reach in power over people instead of power by the people. In response to the unprecedented unison of voices of many Canadians, including a voice by way of millions in donations to the cause, the Government of Canada refused to engage and listen to the people. Instead, by invoking the Emergencies Act, the government stepped even further into their oppressive governments by quashing the most fundamental right that belongs to a Canadian democracy. That is to come together in their nation's capital, in front of Parliament, to engage in dialogue with their elected officials. Protesting is, in fact, the people trying to have a dialogue with their government as a last resort of engagement when all other avenues for discourse have failed or have been censored. A healthy democracy demands continuous engagement between people and government. And when the government uses violence to assert its power over the people, the fabric of democracy is torn. That is what was witnessed at the protest. We heard from witness and protester Maggie Byrne, who knelt before the public order units, placed a copy of the Canadian Bill of Rights, the first human rights law in Canada, onto the snow in front of her before being brutally snatched and shoved behind the police lines, thrown to the frozen ground, beaten, and had a rifle pointed to her head. We heard from witness and veteran Chris Deering, survivor of a bomb explosion in Afghanistan. He fought for our country because he believed that our Canadian values were worth fighting for. He said he came to Ottawa because it was his duty to support the protesters in their cry to the Canadian government that enough is enough. They've gone too far with interfering with our right to freedom, our right to live in a safe country, free from fear. In response to our dear veterans' bravery, moral courage, and sacrifice for this country, he was brutally beaten by the police and treated with less human dignity than a prisoner of war. The fact is, it does not matter which side of the protest you are on. To be Canadian is to value human dignity, kindness, community, compassion, and love. It is not normal to hate and divide. This public inquiry is more than just looking into circumstances that led to the government's decision to invoke the Emergencies Act. It is the beginning of a journey of rediscovering of what it means to be Canadian. The government does not define us, we do. We, the collective of many diverse groups across the country. The protest in Ottawa brought so many Canadians from all different walks of life together. It was an opportunity for reconciliation, for uniting and forging friendships despite so many differences. The protest in Ottawa gave people hope, and it humbled all of us. What we saw in Ottawa is emblematic of what it means to be Canadian, and that is what terrifies the current government of Canada. Yes, there was honking and diesel and noise, and that was not only challenging for residents in Ottawa, but also for protesters. But the protesters were not extremists or terrorists. They are fellow Canadians, neighbors, and each person is the thread that holds us together in a peaceful and loving society. We have all suffered in our own unique way because of the pandemic, the virus, the sickness, the lockdowns, the job losses, loss of livelihood, the mandates, and mental health. On the first day of this public order emergency inquiry, Commissioner Rouleau, you said uncovering the truth is an important goal. When difficult events occurred that impact the lives of Canadians, the public has the right to know what happened. Certes, l'objectif de l'enquête publique.
So the goal of this public inquiry is to shed a light on the situation which occurred and to make recommendations so that this situation will not occur again.
Let this inquiry be the starting point for all Canadians. And that means all Canadians, including government leaders, to hold the executive branch of Canada to account. If there ever was a time for a Prime Minister to step down, now is that time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is the Ottawa Coalition, please.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Paul Champ for the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses. I'm just going to try to focus, if I can, Commissioner, on the key points of evidence that I think are questions that you're going to have to try to determine in all the testimony and exhibits you've received over the last several weeks. First of all, what we know is that the Ottawa Police made a major mistake by allowing hundreds of semi-trucks to drive and park in downtown on the first weekend. The OPP disavowed supporting this idea and said that they thought the plan was to stop the trucks, but the reality is they also assisted in guiding the trucks downtown. So what happened there? Also, the Ottawa Police made a mistake in believing that they were only going to stay for a weekend. Despite all the other intelligence available, you heard a lot of evidence about how and why that decision was made or that calculation was made when there was a great deal of intelligence that suggested otherwise. But most significantly, Commissioner, by Monday, January 31st, the Ottawa Police already realized on that day that they had made these major mistakes, and they acknowledged internally that they were overwhelmed, did not have the capacity or the resources to police or manage these protests. They knew that. They were already calling it an occupation on Monday, January 31st. And from that day forward, they were trying to get help from other levels of government and from other police services. Now, what was going on after that? Well, we know that the Ottawa Police refrained from enforcement in most cases because of officer safety, including bylaw officer safety. And if the officers aren't safe, how can citizens and residents feel safe? They cannot, and they were not. Reports to police were not being followed up on, despite people calling repeatedly. You, of course, heard the circumstances, the context of downtown Ottawa, not only the dangerously loud horns that were going on all day and into the night, the blockaded streets that were obstructing traffic, public transit, and even emergency vehicles, the diesel fumes of hundreds of congregated and continuously idling semi-trucks, the street harassment, the threats to public officials at all levels, our mayor, our chief, our health officer, our federal politicians. Businesses were shut down with loss of profits and wages of $10 million per day. There were open fires in our streets on almost every corner in this downtown stamp, with gasoline and propane and fireworks going off beside them. On some days, our 911 lines were being jammed deliberately, and our hospitals were getting bomb threats. The situation was one of lawlessness in Ottawa. And that situation prevailed for a long time, and the people and residents and businesses of Ottawa felt abandoned. Using the words of the Police Services Act, the Ottawa Police could not provide adequate and effective policing out of the gate. They were just barely maintaining a baseline level of policing. And once it reached that point, and it really was very early, what happened? How did different levels of government respond? First and foremost, resources were delayed. The RCMP and the OPP were on the ground in small numbers early, but they withheld larger numbers because they were dissatisfied with the OPS plan. So you'll hear a lot of evidence about why those delays were happening and what happened. So you'll have to, I think, make some decisions about that, or factual findings. And what did others know about that dysfunction? Other levels of government, and what did they do about it? Whether it's city officials, provincial, federal, and who was the responsible authorities who could do something about that situation? Was it the OPP? Was it the Ottawa Police Services Board? Was it the Provincial Solicitor General? And then the other piece of evidence that we heard is that caused the delay is that once the Windsor blockade happened, it was clear then that Ottawa dropped in priority because the OPP simply did not have the resources to deal with both of those major events at once. Windsor was the priority. Until that situation was addressed, Ottawa would be left to wait. So the final piece of evidence, questions that you're asked to determine or decide is, how was it possible for the convoy organizers to bring it together? How did they organize and come to our city and occupy it? Because they did. I mean, the definition of an occupation is when an invading force enters into an area and takes control over that area, which is what they did in downtown Ottawa. It was organic, I think we heard. We heard there were people attracted for a variety of different reasons, but some of the leaders who we heard testified, I think, were animated by a variety of different issues of misinformation. Some of them absolutely took some pleasure in what was happening to the people of Ottawa, that it was funny that people were unable to sleep. We heard evidence like that. And also that they felt justified in inflicting that harm on the people in downtown Ottawa because they had suffered. And I think we've heard that in spades. There's no question that the people, when the convoy of protesters, they had all been experiencing all kinds of hardships and stresses for 2 years. So that's the last issue I think you're going to have to decide, Commissioner. Just to conclude, you know, these convoy protests stretched our Constitution in every way. Our Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and our cherished right to protest, was it stretched too far? I think clearly it was. But you know, the fact that our authorities showed so much tolerance for so long, and the residents, I think, speaks a lot about our country. But our Constitution, also federalism, was stretched right out of shape. I think you're going to grapple with the evidence and the different levels of government, how they are interacting, and why it wasn't more seamless, which is what we would have hoped. So just to conclude, Commissioners, thank you very much. You know, I think this inquiry has demonstrated really the strength of our democracy, not only the fact that this inquiry is happening, but the way it was conducted. it was unprecedented, I think, in terms of the transparent we've seen of all levels of government. And no doubt, what happened, whatever you find, I know that people are going to debate it anyway, and they've had the opportunity to do so, right? They've seen it.
That's a fair statement.
and no doubt study it for years to come about how government and police operate. It was quite amazing. And I have to say also, the fact that the convoy organized and the protesters, they applied for leave to participate, and they have participated, I would believe, in good faith. And I think it shows that they had enough trust in our public institutions to do that. Still says a lot about the strength of Canada. So with that, Commissioner, I just want to thank you for the prodigious hard work that you've demonstrated and your commission team. It was, I think, an inspiration for all council here, and chapeau. Merci.
Thank you. Next is the Criminal Lawyers Association.
The Criminal Lawyers Association and Canadian Council of Criminal Defense Lawyers appreciate the opportunity to have participated in this commission. As criminal lawyers, we frequently scrutinize and challenge the exercise of power by government or law enforcement against individuals. We frequently defend guaranteed charter rights of people within Canada as against the reach and sometimes overreach of state authority. Challenges to whether an arrest was lawful, whether a search warrant was lawful, or whether a wiretap was lawful are commonly conducted before the courts. And it might be of interest to people who follow this commission and those who are not lawyers to know that it's not uncommon for there to be disagreement about the interpretation of laws, whether legal tests have been satisfied by evidence, or whether laws or actions of government actors were constitutional. In that way, it might be useful for people to understand that some of the disagreements that were revealed through these proceedings are not uncommon at all. The disclosure of thousands of documents and close forensic analysis of those documents reveals that protests were unquestionably challenging and demanded attention. It's not surprising that there were disagreements with respect to how to deal with the protests or occupations. It's not surprising that there was occasionally colorful and perhaps intemperate language revealed within some of the written communications. It's not surprising that various ideas were raised for consideration. That's the nature of a human process. The determination about whether to invoke an act such as this is inescapably a human process. The commission evidence reveals what many lawyers already know, which is how a particular law is to be interpreted and whether a particular legal test has been satisfied is often not straightforward. Uncertainty or disagreement about the interpretation of law is common. This might be unfortunate because the rule of law and constraint on the exercise of government power is best achieved when the meaning and the scope of law is certain. However, the history of law shows that that is very difficult to achieve. Therefore, what is important is that there be an impartial process for determining what the law means and whether the law has been complied with. This commission and the commission evidence has revealed the uncertainties surrounding the interpretation of the Emergencies Act. A central question is whether the test within the Emergencies Act, the important test, the extraordinary powers only be used as a matter of last resort, was satisfied on the facts as presented themselves. Whether that test was satisfied or not, the commission evidence revealed that an unquestionably challenging circumstance was responded to with focused consideration from law enforcement, elected, and unelected officials. There will be disagreement with respect to how that was done and whether it was done properly, but I think that people should be satisfied that it was done with care and with a serious deliberation. This commission will now need to decide whether the invocation of the Act was appropriate. We look forward to submitting our written submissions to assist the commission in making this determination. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I'd like to call on the Union of British Columbia Indian Chiefs, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Cheyenne Arnold Cunningham. I'm counsel on behalf of the Union of BC Indian Chiefs. The Union of BC Indian Chiefs has a significant interest in the exercise of emergency powers by the Canadian government generally. In this inquiry, we've been particularly interested in understanding how emergency powers were used in the Freedom Convoy situation and whether the use of state emergency powers respects Indigenous rights and jurisdiction. Solely on the facts, Commissioner, we have just one brief factual submission. We highlight from the evidence that there was limited, if any, consultation and engagement with local First Nations governments of the territory. On this, I draw your attention to the testimony of two witnesses who had close knowledge of this matter. First, we heard from Deputy Minister of Public Safety, Rob Stewart. In response to a question from the Union of BC Indian Chiefs regarding which First Nations governments, representatives, and Indigenous groups were consulted with during the convoy situation broadly, he testified that he was not aware of any consultation efforts, and he narrowly connected it to matters associated with law enforcement in urban areas or at border points. He also testified that he was not aware of any efforts on behalf of the Government of Canada or police services to consult with First Nations of the territory. However, it was later noted by Counsel for Canada that Canada did engage with Indigenous leaders specifically regarding blockades. But none were First Nations leaders of the territory where the events occurred. This is factually significant to us. This was further confirmed in the evidence of RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucki. In response to questions from the Union of BC Indian Chiefs about whether First Nations of the territory were consulted, she testified that she was not sure. She noted it definitely did not occur in the Ottawa area, but there may have been efforts to do so in British Columbia, Alberta, and Saskatchewan. But overall, she was not sure. Commissioner Lucki's evidence seems to suggest that, generally speaking, engagement with Indigenous peoples in these contexts occurs when there is Indigenous involvement or if the event was on Indigenous land, but noted that there's special teams that exist for that purpose. The Minister of Public Safety, Marco Mendicino, confirmed that it is important for Public Safety Canada and police services to engage with First Nations of the territory, and that it's also important for this to be built into the response to public order emergency events across the government broadly. Minister Mendicino also emphasized that this type of engagement requires relationships to be built with Indigenous leaders so that we can move forward with reforms inspired and governed by the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Commissioner, the evidence in this inquiry illustrates that there was a lack of recognition of Indigenous jurisdiction in a public order emergency event, and a lack of respect for Indigenous rights, specifically including the obligation to engage properly with the First Nations governing body that is a representative of the traditional territory or territories where a public order event occurs. This is noteworthy and important, as the coordination of jurisdiction and authority must include First Nations governments and representative leaders from the territories impacted. We thank you for the opportunity to be part of this inquiry and to provide our submissions on the facts today. Thank you, Commissioner, Commission Council. It's been a pleasure participating in this inquiry alongside the parties and their representatives, and we look forward to our continued participation in the upcoming policy phase.
Thank you. I'm not sure, have we got the National Crowdfunding and FinTech Association or online? Not seeing them, not hearing them. Okay, so we'll go to the National Police Federation, please.
Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Nene Jones, and I am counsel to the National Police Federation. The National Police Federation is the union representing the regular members and the reservists of the RCMP. And so while we're obviously here because we're focused on the policing response in January and February 2022 in Coutts, in Emerson, in the Lower Mainland, in Windsor, and of course, primarily in Ottawa, we're also here because these are our members' working conditions. So these, when we talk about what's happening on the streets and what went right and what went wrong, it's our members who are living that reality on the ground. When we talk about boots on the ground, as we have many times, those are our members' boots. And so we also know that in the future, at similar protests, at similar occupations, our members are going to be the ones called upon to respond in similarly dangerous and uncertain working conditions. And so what the NPF wants for our members is to be deployed into these exigent circumstances with well-constructed, strong policing plan and in adequate numbers to perform their public order safety or public order functions in a way that is safe for the protesters, for the community, and for our members. Now, the evidence here has been essentially undisputed that in the January and February protests led to a significant failure to maintain public order in our nation's capital. And there are a number of pieces of evidence that we will be reviewing in a great deal of detail in ours, or more detail anyway than I will today, in our submissions, and that you will be hearing about from all of my friends. But we know that there are a couple of key things from the NPF's perspective. First of all, Parliament is a frequent and regular target of political protest. We know also that the Freedom Convoy was a different kind of protest or occupation, and we heard evidence that it was a paradigm shift in terms of protesting and represents a change in what are likely to be future protest tactics. We also know that the surge capacity of police, that is the number of police officers who are available and able to be deployed quickly, is a crucial, perhaps more accurately, the crucial component of protecting a key site like Parliament Hill and the Ambassador Bridge, to use two key examples. The Ottawa police in Ottawa were effectively the only police of jurisdiction charged with the circumstances that arose in January and February 2022. And in Ottawa, one of the themes throughout this proceeding, throughout the evidence, has been that these federal democratic institutions, the ones right next door to where we are and further down the road, are in fact of extremely high value, symbolic value, as well as, of course, practical value and in the moment value. And that there are real questions about whether they should be outside or beyond the jurisdiction of the federal government, the federal government for policing purposes. In fact, it was a surprise to many of the witnesses, including some of the federal government witnesses that we heard from, the ministers. It was a surprise to many that it was so far outside of their reach. And we also know that there is an absence of a policing presence all along this strip on this side of Wellington, which may not show up very well in the transcript, but I'm sure we'll all remember where we're standing when we read it later. So as its status as the only police of jurisdiction, the OPS was left in a position to develop its response and develop its plan on its own. And you heard some evidence about in what I like to call the old days of a handful of years ago, in 2018 and 2015, when the RCMP policed this side of Wellington, that the RCMP would have been joint responding police of jurisdiction with the OPS. So we know that the OPS made the decision ultimately to allow the protesters to bring their vehicles onto Wellington and into the downtown core. And the NPF's view is that that was a terrible mistake. And the evidence in our submission shows that the RCMP, given their experiences with other large-scale events, would have made different planning decisions, including from the outset and including specifically on that point. Now, we recognize, of course, that our colleagues and our friends, members of the Ottawa Police Association who were on the ground, were doing their very best to maintain public order in extremely adverse conditions, particularly at the beginning when they were on their own. But the Ottawa Police Service was overwhelmed almost immediately, and there was friction, confusion, and delay in the ability of the Ottawa Police Service to obtain and deploy additional police resources. So much so that even here now, no one's exactly clear on how many police were eventually provided to Ottawa and at what, when, and at what stages, and frankly, in what roles. There was a lot of disagreement and finger pointing about that. And so in the NPF submission, we can draw a very sharp line from Ottawa to Emerson and to Coutts and to the Lower Mainland. And where we see that surge capacity being available to the responding police of jurisdiction, in all three of those cases, it was the RCMP who was the responding police of jurisdiction, but they were able to draw on those Article 9 resources that we heard evidence about to ensure that they could immediately and seamlessly provide that policing surge capacity on the ground in the moment it was required. And it was done in a way that provided for consistency of training, consistency of communication tools, and consistency of command structure. And so we heard evidence that the RCMP is uniquely positioned, given its size and its resources, given its cross-national status as Canada's National Police Service, to respond to these kind of public order emergencies. But the shortcomings in the legal and institutional framework through which policing was administered or is administered in Ontario, and particularly in the National Capital Region, pose significant barriers. And so we'll be advancing specific recommendations consistent with many of the recommendations that you're hearing today from my friends, including that the Police Services Act should be amended to extend full policing authority to the RCMP for purposes of municipal, provincial, or federal declared emergencies, that a statutory process should be developed to provide municipal police services in Ontario, and particularly the Ottawa Police Service, with the ability to request and obtain RCMP resources early, and that existing jurisdictional boundaries need to be re-examined and policing responsibility has to be supplemented, particularly again in the National Capital Region, so that the RCMP can provide the necessary support in situations of public order emergency. The Commission has been asked to make recommendations, and we hope that the NPF's recommendations will be, which we in our submission are supported by the evidence, will be part of that. I do want to take one moment to thank you, Commissioner, very much, and also particularly to thank Commission Counsel, who have had at times a thankless role in this process. I suspect it has been almost exclusively thankless. They have been extraordinary colleagues and have done an amazing job. And I also want to thank all of my friends who have been counsel to the various parties. It has been a pleasure and an honor. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Now the Canadian Constitution Foundation, unless you've traded again. Just checking.
That's okay. Sorry to disappoint you. Commissioner Rouleau, for the record, my name is Sujit Chaudhry, and I'm counsel for the Canadian Constitution Foundation. Commissioner, as you look over the evidence and prepare your report, we would suggest that you do so informed by history. In particular, we would invite you to look back at the cabinet minutes of the last use of emergency powers by cabinet before February 2022. The invocation of the War Measures Act in 1970 during the FLQ crisis. These minutes have been declassified and they are in the CCF's evidence. At the time, the Prime Minister did not initially recommend that the War Measures Act be triggered. The Security Committee of the Cabinet had met the previous day and were briefed by the security services that there was no apprehended insurrection in Quebec. The Honorable Jean Marchand, the political minister of Quebec, sharply disagreed at the cabinet meeting. He presented unverified intelligence at the cabinet table that the FLQ was, quote, a state within a state and heavily armed. He stated that failure to invoke the act was, quote, meant the risk of losing Quebec. In the end, the cabinet came around to Marchand's view. I have no doubt that Minister Marchand acted in good faith. However, it is now accepted that he and the cabinet were deeply mistaken. There was no apprehended insurrection in Quebec. The security services were right. Cabinet overreacted in the FLQ crisis. It should have relied on legal tools outside the War Measures Act. The basic mission of the Emergencies Act was to make sure that this kind of mistake never happened again. Under the War Measures Act, the Governor and Council had nearly unfettered discretion to determine if an apprehended insurrection existed. On first reading in Parliament, the Emergencies Act only required that the Governor and Council be, quote, of the opinion that a public order emergency exists. In committee, the act was amended to require that the Governor and Council believe on reasonable grounds that a public order emergency exists. Minister Perrin Beatty, the author of the Emergencies Act, explained that the shift from an opinion to reasonable grounds test was to, quote, guarantee Canadians the ability that the courts could rule on whether the government had reasonable grounds to believe that a national emergency existed. The same holds true for this commission. Commissioner Rouleau, you must determine whether the Governor and Council had reasonable grounds to declare a public order emergency. We say that you must conclude that reasonable grounds did not exist for two reasons. First, the Governor and Council can only have reasonable grounds to determine a public order emergency exists if it is provided with all the relevant information to enable it to make a proper decision. The government has not established that the CSIS threat assessment was even provided to the full cabinet. There are good reasons to find in the record that it was not. In addition, the government has not established that the February 13th policing plan was provided to cabinet. Second, the proper interpretation of the Emergencies Act is that it incorporates the CSIS Act definition of a threat to national security. CSIS's own expert assessment of this event is that there was no threat to national security. In the face of this finding, the reasonable grounds test requires that the federal government provide evidence for why it disagreed with the CSIS assessment. It is simply not enough as a matter of law to say that the cabinet relied on a broader set of inputs to reach its decision. The invocation of the Emergencies Act has been and should remain exceedingly rare. But now that the glass has been broken on the act, it can be used again. When the Commission asked hard questions about the Act's use in 2022, it must also focus on the Act's potential misuse in the future and protect the right to protest, parliamentary democracy, and federalism. We thank you, sir, and the Commission Council for your exceptionally hard work, and we look forward to continuing to work with you until this process is concluded. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The Canadian Civil Liberties Association.
Commissioner, Kara Zwiebel on behalf of the Canadian Civil Liberties Association. In February of this year, for the first time, the Government of Canada declared a public order emergency and put in place emergency measures that restricted the rights and freedoms of all people in Canada. These measures placed broad restrictions on the freedoms of Canadians to assemble and protest. They allowed for the government to compel the provision of services and for personal assets to be frozen with no notice and no due process. These orders handed law enforcement agencies and financial institutions extraordinary powers. The government may have intended these powers to be used in targeted ways, but as drafted, they gave law enforcement across the country measures whose application went well beyond the blockades and could easily have been abused. I have 3 submissions. First, the Emergencies Act does not allow for the suspension of charter rights, but without the existence of a public order emergency, the measures that were enacted would most certainly be contrary to the charter. In the absence of circumstances amounting to a national emergency, they would constitute serious restrictions on fundamental rights and freedoms that are neither reasonable nor justified in a free and democratic society. So the question, was there a national emergency that justified these measures, is a crucial one. The Canadian Civil Liberties Association respectfully submits that this question is important, not only for what it says about the events of January and February of this year, but also because of what it signals to future governments about when parliamentary process can be bypassed to allow the government to rule by executive order and when extraordinary powers can be used. Second, the Government of Canada has offered a range of justifications for its decision to invoke the Act. Its primary justification, articulated when the Act was first invoked, is set out in its Section 58 report to Parliament. Although that justification has evolved over time, its core elements are relatively simple and remain mostly intact. The justification focuses very heavily on economic disruption and harm. It also references concerns about the possibility of serious violence, either because of the presence of some violent extremists amongst otherwise nonviolent protesters, the possibility that the protests would provide a cover for a lone wolf attack or allow threat actors to recruit, or the concern that violence would erupt in clashes with counter-protesters. Apart from the economic concerns, the evidence on which the government relies to back up these claims is extremely thin. The law enforcement and intelligence agencies, whose expertise should help inform the government's decisions, did not assess the protests as giving rise to a serious threat of violence. The most dangerous element we've heard about, the cell in Coutts, Alberta, with a cache of weapons, was investigated and arrested by law enforcement prior to the emergency orders coming into effect, without the use of any extraordinary powers, and without setting off a chain reaction of violence amongst protesters. The Emergencies Act was carefully crafted to avoid the excesses of the War Measures Act that preceded it. Parliament intentionally identified a public order emergency by tying it exclusively and exhaustively to the definition of threats to the security of Canada found in the CSIS Act. This definition does not include economic harm or disruption, nor should it. It requires activities directed toward or in support of the threat or use of acts of serious violence against persons or property for the purpose of achieving a political, religious, or ideological objective. The legal threshold to make use of the Act was not met, and a creative and privileged legal opinion from the government that says otherwise doesn't make it so. The Prime Minister agreed that the threshold is no lower to invoke the Act and restrict the rights of all Canadians than the standard set out in the CSIS Act to investigate and surveil a single individual. In our submission, the government exceeded the bounds of the law in taking the steps it did. Finally, there's no doubt that the blockades and protests gave rise to serious harms to the people living in communities where they occurred, that they caused significant economic disruption, and that law enforcement agencies were not well prepared to address them. The government, various governments, were struggling to get clear information from law enforcement about its plans and were wary of crossing the apparently still blurry line that risked undermining police operational independence. But the government also felt a great deal of pressure to do something to address the situation and to be seen to be doing something. Instead of establishing clear and appropriate lines of communication, having frank discussions and putting instructions about strategic priorities to police in writing, the government gave law enforcement the biggest and most public nudge it could. It invoked the Emergencies Act and handed law enforcement across the country sweeping and unnecessary new tools, and a clear political mandate to use them. One of the CCLA's core values is equality, and specifically the belief that the freedom of no one is safe unless the freedom of everyone is safe. We urge the Commission to bear this tenet in mind as it examines what the government did and considers what future governments may do. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you to Commission Council and to my friends.
Okay, thank you. And now the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms, Democracy Fund, and Citizens for Freedom.
Commissioner, my name is Alan Honor and I'm counsel for the Democracy Fund, but I'm also addressing you on behalf of the JCCF and Citizens for Freedom. But we'd like to express our gratitude for this opportunity to participate in these proceedings. At the commencement of these public hearings, we stated that our goal was to get to the truth about why the government invoked the public order emergency. We wanted to hear evidence about whether the government met the legal threshold for invoking the Emergencies Act. And Commissioner, we have heard we've heard evidence on many issues, but the reasons why the Emergencies Act was invoked is the primary and ultimate issue you should turn your mind to. I won't repeat the test for declaring a public order emergency because we've all heard it so many times. But I would like to address just one part of that test: threats to the security of Canada. In one way, this is a very high threshold for the government to meet, because threats to the security of Canada means more than ordinary threats or acts of violence. The definition requires serious violence or threats of serious violence for the purpose of achieving political, religious, or ideological objective. In our written submissions, we'll be looking at, among other things, the definition of terrorist activity is set out in the Criminal Code and how it is similar to the CSIS definition. And in fact, some of the CSIS documents that were disclosed to the parties through this inquiry show that CSIS refers to Section 2C as terrorism and extreme violence. And this reference is indicative of just how high that threshold is. We submit, and the Prime Minister's evidence left little doubt, that this very high threshold is the same whether it applies in the Emergencies Act or the CSIS Act. The context, the decision maker, and the purpose are obviously different. There may even be different inputs, but those inputs are meant to answer the same question. Are there threats or acts of serious violence for political, religious, or ideological purposes? And that is the one and only standard. Commissioner, I've made reference to how high the threshold is, but in a different way, it's a low threshold. And on the issue of threats to security of Canada, it doesn't require, for example, proof beyond a reasonable doubt, nor does it even require proof on a balance of probabilities. The threshold only requires the Governor and Council to actually believe that there are threats to the security of Canada, and it requires that belief to be reasonable. Respectfully, we submit, and we will argue in detail, that the government has not even met this low threshold. There may be reasonable grounds to believe that some acts of violence were happening: ripping off masks, police officers being swarmed, eggs being thrown, coffee being thrown. These and other things may have happened in the protest, which was of unprecedented proportions. And let me be clear, that is not acceptable. But those acts do not rise to the level of violence or threats which are required by the Act. And further, they do not reflect the attitudes, actions, and values of the vast majority of peaceful protesters. Even the most significant threat we heard of, which was the presence of weapons in coups, does not meet this threshold. And even if it did, it was neutralized. Those alleged criminals were sitting in an Alberta jail when the Emergencies Act was invoked. The threshold requires present threats, not past threats, not fear of the unknown. Canadians and even the international community are and will continue to be divided over the Freedom Convoy protests. Canadians will also be divided over future protests. As one of my friends aptly observed, tomorrow's protest could be about environmental issues, or it could be about some other political cause. To safeguard democracy, the rule of law, and the cherished right to protest for everyone, no matter what you believe, we must ensure that the Emergencies Act is only used as a last resort in the direst circumstances. Our detailed submissions will follow. We'd like to thank you again, Commissioner, Commissioner Council, and Commission Council, and the parties.
Okay, I've not missed anyone. Good, I've missed things before. I've not been perfect, and in fact, probably made more mistakes than most. But I want to say I found those final submissions to be very useful for me. Thank you for taking the time to think it through and give me some of the key issues, because again, I won't repeat it all the time, but I've got a little pressure to get at doing some writing. And it's nice to know what's going to be coming in, at least in general forms. And if you can get your submissions in early, they won't be turned back. I can assure you. We've extended the time at the request of some, but it is, I'm not going to shy away. It's very challenging to get this written because my hope is that once it is written and provided, there will be enough there that even if you don't agree with me, the facts will be there, the evidence, the analysis and fact finding. But ultimately, these are very difficult issues. They overlap, and people could have different views and will have different views on these things. But I can assure you I'll do the very best I can. Now, this brings the fact hearings of the commission to an end. It was, believe it or not, 43 days ago I first convened these hearings. Since then, we've heard from 75 witnesses, filed numerous overview reports, witness statements, witness interviews, and have introduced over 7,000 documents into evidence. You're a bunch of lawyers. I've rarely seen something that happened in February that has reached this point after less than 10 months. It is an amazing feat. Time has flown by. I'm sure you're the same. At least I hope some of you agree that it wasn't boring. We've managed, albeit with long days and some very late evenings, to stay on schedule. And we've met what you've probably heard me say too many times, our unique timetable. And for that, I'm most grateful. Most importantly, I'm satisfied that I now have the evidence that I need to make the factual findings and to answer the questions I've been mandated to ask. Namely, why did the federal government declare the emergency? How did it use its powers? And were those actions appropriate? These are questions that, as I said at the outset, the public wants answered. And I'm confident that I am now well positioned to provide those answers. I'm also equipped to report on the additional issues as mandated by our order in council. The evolution of the goals of the convoy movement and broader protests and their leadership, organization, and participants. The impact of domestic and foreign funding, including crowdsourcing platforms. the impact, role, and sources of misinformation and disinformation, including social media, the economic and other impacts of the blockade, and the efforts of police and other responders prior to and after the declaration, always to the extent that these issues are relevant to the circumstances of the declaration and the measures taken. Il était important pour moi d'entendre les perspectives.
It was important for me to hear the points of view of those who took part in the events or who were affected by those events. I'm very happy to have had the opportunity to hear those points of view, and I'm waiting for the written observations of the parties now that will help me in concluding the work of the Commission.
Je suis heureux que nous ayons pu mener ces
I'm happy that we could lead those hearings in an open and transparent way, not only for the parties and the councils and the media, but also for the numerous Canadians who took this opportunity to see the hearings either in person or through our direct broadcasting.
Pleased by the fact that these hearings have, by and large, taken place without a hitch. Commission council and all council showed flexibility, innovation, and creativity. This didn't just happen. I asked for everyone to work cooperatively to ensure that the facts and information necessary for the public to understand what happened and why it happened would be elicited. And my expectations were met. Council, you all rose to the occasion, generally, and there's a bit of grumbling, but generally without a hint of grumbling. I understand most of it occurred when I wasn't there. Now, of course, there were issues, but we were able to resolve them in an appropriate manner. Or again, some people don't agree with how I resolve things, but that's neither the first time that's happened to me. You'll be pleased to know. Time limits were almost always observed, subject, of course, to the regular, may I just have one more question? And that was perfectly fine. Indeed, it was appropriate to ensure that the necessary questions be asked and answered. And you probably have seen I was quite flexible with timelines within the bounds of reasonableness. So I want to thank council and the parties for their contribution to the success of these hearings. And by success, I mean getting to have a record that can be used. I should note that there's no question that the Commission's timeframe did present challenges. There were a staggering number of documents produced by the parties in response to the Commission's requests, including by the federal government. The productions have been of critical importance to the Commission's mandate and have resulted in a level of transparency that is, if not unprecedented, I'd say it's virtually unprecedented. But the needs of the Commission to review these documents and the right of the parties to redact on various legal grounds necessarily created time constraints and challenges for all concerned.
Yes,
Where
I'm back,
appropriate,
Lynn.
the Commission
How's it going,
challenged
everybody?
certain redactions.
What did I
and
miss?
There have been
Probably nothing, eh?
instances where the government, at the Commission's request, removed redactions. We understand there were challenges, but at the end of the day, I think the record is, as I have said, fulsome to allow for me to make the necessary findings. Par conséquent, la divulgation de documents.
Consequently, the divulgation of documents continued throughout the hearings. The council's work constantly
Well,
to make sure
guys,
that documents would be put at the disposal
that's it for
of
the
parties
emergency
as soon as
inquiry.
possible. I recognize that parties had to deal with documents on short notice.
I feel like it could have been a lot shorter.
And as much as
Just my
possible, I
personal opinion.
accommodated the parties, allowing them to add documents to their list of documents for review and by granting them additional time for their cross-examination. And I was able to do so while respecting our timetable. And that process helped me appreciating the relevant facts and to improve my understanding of the relevant issues. The question raised by the parties also helped me, and this was very important for me.
Parties has been very much of assistance to me, and I want to thank council for that. Et maintenant, si vous le permettez,
And now, if you allow me, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to people who worked in the hearing room and to make sure that the hearings would take place. This commission was created and the process was executed by a talented group of colleagues, and that made the task a lot easier for me.
in fact, I've sometimes think I'm no more than a puppet with a lot of puppeteers behind who are making the whole system work. And I deserve virtually
Write
no
that one
credit
down.
for all that's happened to date.
I'm a puppet.
It's an unbelievable team that I have had supporting me. Notre directrice exécutive.
Our executive director, Hélène Laurando, our office manager, Véronique Perrault, and her staff.
They put together this whole operation, which I think you will agree with me has been very well done in a very short period. L'équipe de gestion d'événements et de conférences.
The event management team and the technical team with Yvon Lamoureux that took care of the broadcasting of the hearings.
Technology has been amazing to allow this to happen. My co-lead counsel, who I owe so much to, as you know, Shantona Chowdhury, and she says Chaudhry, and I always make it wrong, but I'll learn. It's I'm a slow man to learn, but I blame it on my French, but that's not true. And Jeff Leon. My senior team of lawyers, Aaron Dan, who created really the basis for these hearings, who's not here with us today, but is back in Toronto. Frank Au, Gord Cameron, Natalia Rodriguez, Dan Shepard, and Gabrielle Poliquin, who I'm happy to report is quite well, and will be involved next week. My regional lawyers, Mana Duckett, Sasha Paul, and Maya Terumi, who you have not seen here, but who were important in collecting the information which has made it into the record from the various border blockades out west. And the two you probably know best, Eric Brousseau and John Mather, my God, where have they been good? They have put out more fires than the fire department. And they also had other duties you might not believe. They were doing this part-time, running this hearing. But I'm greatly indebted to them. And then the team of lawyers, some of which you've seen, I guess most of them, or if not all of them you've seen, Stephen Armstrong, Misha Boutier, Sajeda Federali, Alexandra Hine, Nusra Khan, Etienne Lacombe, Alison McMahon, Jean-Simon Schoenholtz, Dalia Schuheiber, and Guillaume Sirois-Gingras. And yeah, they're at the beginning of their career by and large, but boy, are they competent and hardworking once again, I must say. Couldn't have done it without them, and I'm also going to lean on them to help me in the next phase a bit, but I'm sure they'll be happy to help. I'd also like to recognize our policy advisors, Mark Fryman, Mark Pritchard, and Mark Sandler, our communications advisors, Michael Tansey and Marie-Claude Gagné, our public input team under Patrick Pilon, Madame Registrar, Stacy Huber, Ms. Lynn Mahoney, and our document clerks from Heuristica, who amazed me with their ability. And it's to make documents seemingly appear from nowhere, but also the challenge, you don't know the half of the problems getting all the federal documents from their system to our system to what, I won't go there. Our translators, transcriptionists and interpreters, they have been incredible, and some of you made their life very difficult. You know who you are. Our research council, who guided and continue to guide the policy aspects of the commission and planned the roundtables for the policy hearings next week. Geneviève Cartier, chair of the council, Jamie Cameron, Michel Galland, Nomi Claire Lazare, Kent Roach, Clifford Shearing, and Jocelyn Stacy. And finally, our security team and the staff of Public Service and Procurement Canada and Library and Archives Canada. They've all worked to make, again, this whole hearing go well, made us feel safe, made us feel welcome and comfortable. I think that that team, those three teams are important to have to this, bringing this together. Now, before closing, I want to address the people of Canada in two respects. I was delighted that approximately 9,500 Canadians took the time to make a submission through our public input process. These submissions were most helpful to me and our council team to understand your observations, experiences, and ideas. They contributed to making this a truly public inquiry. It was important for the Commission to hear from the public and understand the views of Canadians. I now have that understanding to provide an important backdrop for the Commission's mandate. It's fair to say, if you've gone through that document, that this is a very divisive issue at the root of this whole convoy and what has come out of it. And I think this process,
have a great
I
weekend,
hope, will be
guys.
of assistance
TRAZ
to
is
people to
signing out.
understand
Great to have you here.
and
Thank you
move
guys
forward.
for jumping in the chat during all this.
It is
Pretty dry stuff
truly
here.
humbling to me to be involved in this. I can assure you, it's I would almost say overwhelming to see the interest, the concerted response from people. I wasn't looking for fame and fortune, but I think I'm kind of stuck now to be at least a figure at some neighborhoods. Je remercie aussi le peuple canadien de l'intérêt.
I also thank all Canadians for their interest in the Commission's work, and thank you for the confidence that you put in me to undertake this significant inquiry. It is a privilege and an honor to serve as a commissioner. We have a lot of work to do to prepare and finalize our report. I assure you that we will keep doing all that is possible to bring you the answers to the questions that were raised by the mandate. You deserve nothing less than that.
I was gonna say, you better finish that sentence. You deserve nothing.
To bring forward the answers to the questions raised by our mandate. And as I said at the outset, they deserve nothing less. So thank you and good evening. I now declare the fact hearing portion closed. I may not see a lot of you now that we move to the next phase, given that the submissions will be in writing, but I do feel I've made some friends, maybe some enemies too, but I like to think I've made some friends because virtually all of you I did not know. And it has been a very, very pleasant experience. And thank you all for tolerating me. And my, I guess, difficult task is always is still in front of me. Thank you very much.
Well, that's that. All right. Stop sharing that. Well, guys, that's the end of the commission. If he said it felt like it flew by. For me, it felt like the most boring soccer game I've ever watched. Like it's like watching paint dry. I love soccer, by the way. Don't be mad at me. But anyways, guys, thank you so much for being in the comments, making it a little more interesting with just having you guys to kind of get your feedback as we went. It's always very, very helpful. So yeah, if you're new to the channel, I encourage you guys to hit subscribe, turn on the notification bells, and yeah, join the Momentum Canada family. We cover stuff like this and everything to do with politics from the federal level all the way down to municipal. So become a member, subscribe, and thank you guys. Take care. Have a great weekend, and I'll talk to you soon. Bye for now.